Less than 2 weeks to go in the season for the New York Mets. September baseball, autumn approaching. And the Mets get to take on the world champs with some special talent in the house. Jerry Seinfeld will be joining us later as the Mets continue their homestand. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the San Francisco Giants. Tuesday Night Baseball is presented by Citi. Adam Plutz, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Ron Darling and Keith Hernandez join me in just a moment as the Mets open a 3-game series with the defending World Series champion San Francisco Giants. Jerry Seinfeld will be joining us a little bit later on to give us his insights into the Mets as one of the world's greatest Met fans. But the big story today is about Matt Harvey. Matt saw Dr. James Andrews down in Pensacola yesterday to get his take on Matt's injured elbow. And just moments ago, Matt Harvey and Sandy Alderson announced that Matt will be undergoing a throwing program for 6 to 8 weeks, may still have to undergo the Tommy John surgery, but he's going to try to avoid it with this throwing program over the next couple of months to give him a chance to pitch in 2014.
You know, I think this is great news. When I see Matt Harvey not having to go under the knife, has an opportunity because Dr. Andrews saw enough stability in that joint to allow him to, we know he's a hard worker, to go in there and really try to work and rehab this arm and be available for this team in 2014. We've heard so many people say, well, have it now, you'll be ready in 2015. How about rehabbing it and be ready for next year? I had operations 3 times in my career. Every single time, doctors, team, everyone said I would come out 100%. Never did all 3 operations.
And even if things don't go well in the rehab, then he can still opt for the surgery. We'll hear much more about that in the days and weeks to come. Meanwhile, the Giants are in town. They won 2 World Series titles in the last 3 years. Not this year. It's been a different kind of year for San Francisco.
Well, it's been one of those years where, you know, it's hard to repeat. Let's face it. It's not that easy. The Giants have, 2 out of the last 3 years to be world champions. Their starting pitching has always been foremost and center. Their team ERA is 4.00, not Giant-esque. And at the end of May, this team was 4 over 500, and they had their, when I was a kid, the June swoon. Well, they had a June swoon and a worse July. They only won 8 games in July. So it's from that point on, it's just been all downhill for them, and they're just playing the season out for a change.
Of course, with that poor pitching this year, one pitcher they could have had but traded away a couple of summers ago was Zach Wheeler, who now toils for the Mets and has been very strong coming down the stretch of the season.
Well, he's been the young right-hander that has been able to stay in the rotation all year long, and I think it's really his maturity as his starts go on is getting more and more, and that's what really I've enjoyed watching this summer.
For more on Zach Wheeler and his battle to the finish of the season, let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt downstairs. Kevin?
Well, guys, Zach's last start, we saw a lot of chatter between Zach and Travis d'Arnaud, not only out on the field, but in the dugout between innings. I asked d'Arnaud today what that was all about. He said, you know, when Zach shakes or when I have a question, I want to know why. I want to learn about him more, and I want to know why. And I do think our communication has gotten better because our friendship has gotten stronger. See, at the beginning, we're kind of learning each other. We're both a little bit quiet. But now that we're pretty good friends, we're not afraid to share our opinions, even in the heat of the moment of the game. I think that's helped us both get on the same page a little bit quicker. Gary, back to you.
All right, Kevin, and we'll watch how Zach and Travis interact tonight as the Mets take on the Giants, with the Giants throwing a former Met farmhand in Yusmeiro Petit. Mets and Giants, all the action coming your way tonight on SNY. City, proud sponsor of the New York Mets. By Cholula Hot Sauce, the hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap, available in original flavor, chili lime, chili garlic, and chipotle. By State Farm, tonight's State Farm agent of the day is Hector Camillo of the Bronx. Contact Hector's office at hectorcamillo.com. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Visit CadillacTriState.com to search local offers and to find a dealer near you. Drive Around the Majors is presented by Cadillac. Last night, Will Myers homered, drove in 3. Alex Cobb went 8. The Rangers not only have lost 7 straight, they've been a lead at any point in those 7 games. Cliff Lee struck out 14 and went 3 for 4 and drove in 4 runs as the Phillies beat the Nationals 12-2. The Nats rebounded this afternoon and beat the Braves 6-5 in the first part of their day-night doubleheader. The Braves losing on a 2-out, 2-run error by Andrelton Simmons that ended Craig Kimball's save streak at 37. Zach Wheeler and the Mets face the Giants. First pitch coming up from Citi Field. Holders enjoy savings and benefits at Citi Field. Learn more at Mets.com/Citi Tuesdays. Get to Citi Field Friday, September 27th for Oktoberfest, when the Mets host the Brewers at 7:10. Gain access to a pregame party in the Bullpen Plaza and receive a Mets boot beer glass. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly? That does say boot beer,
boot
right?
Beer, I guess.
Not root beer.
I've always thought about Stein in Oktoberfest.
That's usually the way it works. For information and tickets, boot is more an Italy thing. For information and tickets, visit Mets.com/Oktoberfest. Your Hyundai starting lineup for the Giants. Hunter Pence has been on an incredible roll. Comes off a series against the Dodgers in which he went 8 for 17 with 5 homers and 12 RBIs. He is putting on quite a drive. He becomes a free agent at the end of the year, and the price for Mr. Pence just keeps going up.
Well, Zach Wheeler was outstanding in his last start. Did not get any support. You see his record is fine ERA. And anytime you face a ball club that has traded you away, there's extra incentive. This is his second start against the San Francisco Giants.
And the Lexus Metsy defense. Well, look at Mr. Duda. He said he's very comfortable over there. Well, he hasn't made an error. He's actually, that's his position. He feels good over there, and that's fine with me. Lagares in center field. Sorry, Gare. Lagares is going to go into center today. Dendecker in right.
It's the first time that Dendecker's played right field. He's been almost exclusively a center fielder throughout his professional career. Former Met Angel Pagan leads off and takes outside from Zach Wheeler, and we're underway.
Angel got some locks. He had the serious injury. Jeez, the hamstring.
He had surgery on his hamstring. Didn't get back until about 3 weeks ago, and he has been swinging the bat very well since returning. 14 games since coming off the DL. Pagan hitting a .333. And a fastball strike, 2-1.
Boy, his hands seem higher as Bruce Bochy, old teammate and the manager of the Giants. His hands seem higher than they were as a Met.
He brings them down when he starts. He has to bring them down, of course. And whenever I see someone hold their bat high like that, I always think of Yaz. Of all you kids out there that weren't around in 1967, 68, and the 70s, I'm referring to Carl Yastrzemski.
Wheeler behind his opening hitter, 3-1. He walked only 1 against the Nats in his last start, and he threw a fastball by Pagan, 3-2.
Well, that got Jose's attention. Big uppercut right here. Stay upstairs. He's not going to catch up to it with that swinging like that. Angel, excuse me. I'm losing my mind.
Giants once had a Jose Pagan.
Yes.
3-2. Fouled away. Of course, that was back in the 60s.
That's right. Shortstop. Believe he was traded to the Pirates.
That's true.
He was. They played against him when he was a Pirate.
Gregor Blanco on deck, then Brandon Belt for the Giants.
See, a tiny little mistake and Jose Pagan gets on the show. Fantastic.
3-2 from Wheeler, and Pagan takes it high, and Angel Pagan draws a walk. So Wheeler, who 2 starts back, had trouble with his control. That was the game he pitched in Cleveland, and he walked 5 in 5 innings. Walks his first man tonight. Now Gregor Blanco, who, like a lot of these Giants, all of a sudden has been red hot with the bat. 10 for his last 16.
This is a classic case of a team that is out of it, and some salary drive is going on.
Well, very much unlike the Mets as the Giants come down the end part of this season. I mean, the Giants have lost 81 games. The Mets have lost 82. But while the Mets are playing a lineup full of rookies and call-ups, the Giants have very much their A lineup in there coming down the stretch. Other than Andres Torres, everybody on this Giants team is healthy.
As opposed to having young players, Gary, that are just trying to survive, they've got older players that are looking on their stat sheet and saying, boy, I better have a great September. And some of them are.
Wheeler faced the Giants in San Francisco and pitched one of his better games of the year, going up against his old organization. Allowed just 1 run and 3 hits over 7 innings in that game, 1 and 7-2. That came on the 1st of July and really set Zach going in the right direction. He had been pitching okay, but not great over his first 3 or 4 big league starts. But that was the one that really set the tempo for the rest of his year. Gets the inside corner against Blanco, 1-2.
You know, and I think in some ways, Gary, it gave him confidence because, you know, he knew it was a big start. He had to be awfully nervous against his old ball club, and he delivered.
Acquired 2 summers ago in the deal that sent Carlos Beltran to the Giants. Interestingly enough, there's been talk in San Francisco that they might be interested in bringing Beltran back. Carlos is a free agent at the end of the year after his stint in St. Louis.
Well, Hunter Pence is a free agent for the Giants, and not sure if he's going to be re-signed. He might have put himself in a different stratosphere.
Seems that way every day. Good fastball away, and he gets Blanco for the first out of the night.
But Pence has made it clear vocally that he would like to stay in San Francisco.
And they have begun negotiations, it has been said, but the problem is that every day that Pence plays, the ticket gets a little steeper.
Don't forget, his beginnings with the Giants. It's a World Series year, and also he was so instrumental with his Newt Rockne kind of speeches before each and every playoff game.
And this year he has started every game for the Giants. Here's Brandon Belt, who's also having a wonderful second half of the year. Since the 1st of August, Belt is hitting .360.
They changed his grip with his two hands on the bat, and they lined up his knuckles. He actually, it's hard to describe what he had before, but you can see where that bottom hand, his right hand, is in a cocked position, where before he had it wrapped around the bat underneath. You'll see it right here. You'll see that his wrist is kind of prone when he gets back in the hitting position, and that's made the big difference for him. He's starting to hit the inside pitch, and quite frankly, I don't know. See, you can see his wrist is kind of prone right there. It wasn't that way before. It was more wrapped around the bat.
So instead of hitting stiff-wristed like he was before, he's hitting with his wrist loose and free.
Yes, and it also makes you a better low ball. I don't know how in the heck he'd hit with a grip that he had before, but he had a couple good years in the minor leagues. It was hard to make him change.
They're keeping the ball inside on Belt, and it's 2-1 with Buster Posey waiting on deck. Mets went to San Francisco and swept the Giants earlier this year. Fly ball deep right center. Back goes Dendecker in the gap and runs it down. Dendecker's first chance as a right fielder, and he handles it well for a long second out.
All right, now Belt got that low pitch right there. It's kind of hard to describe. You saw Belt with his hands like this, his bottom hand. That's how I hit. He had his hand like his knuckles like this. Now, how in the heck are you going to get any wrist when you're doing this with your? You got to be like this when you hit. So that's been the big difference for him that he's had since August 1st. He finally changed, and he's been hitting. He's been tearing it up. There you can see his wrist in that cocked position.
Before it was more like a claw.
Get smart.
Buster Posey up with 2 out and a runner at first. Last year's National League MVP, not having quite that season, but hitting a .306 with 15 home runs. Posey had a big series against the Mets in San Francisco, to the point where he became the only focal point of the Giants offense in those 3 games. And the Mets wound up pitching around him at every opportunity.
Now they're coming off a big series, 3 out of 4 against the Dodgers. So the Giants are playing well. Interesting. You see again another hitter that tilts the bat down, Ron, over his shoulder before he hits. Gets it back up in time when he has to hit, but it's very interesting and very unusual.
Is that to relieve tension? Is that what that is?
I don't know. He's not. There he goes. He's bending it down. I have no clue.
Isn't that just a timing mechanism?
Yeah,
to
well,
get him in
I think he's just.
Right spot?
It's all about when the pitcher goes into windup. That's when he gets the bat ready.
Hunter Pence is on deck with his hot bat. Pagan at first and 2 out. You see what Posey did in that series against the Mets out at AT&T Park. Breaking ball misses, 3-2.
We'll see early in this game for Zach Wheeler. Is he going to challenge Posey here with that fastball with the hot Hunter Pence on deck, or will he go to the slider 3-2? Challenge.
Pagan gets set to run. 3-2 to Posey, and he grounds one down to third. Flores has the hop. And that retires the side. So Wheeler works around a leadoff walk. Mets will come to bat in the bottom of the first with no score. And there it is. Same unit the Mets have been running out there just about every day. As the Mets take on Yusmeiro Petit, who began his career as a Mets farmhand.
Well, a Mets farmhand. He was 9-3 in Binghamton in 2005 when he was the second best prospect in the Mets organization. Was traded to the Marlins for Carlos Delgado. He's had many travels, but coming off one of the great starts that anyone's had this season when he threw a one-hitter against the Arizona Diamondbacks. In fact, 8 2/3 of no-hit ball.
Perfect for 26
perfect
outs before Eric Chavez broke it up with a 2-out hit in the ninth. Eric Young leads things off for the Mets. Young just 1 for his last 13, and Petit gets a strike in. And then Petit's last start against Colorado, he retired the first 11 batters. So that meant he had retired 38 of 39 batters before the Rockies finally got to him and knocked him out of the 6th. Sandoval way in at third against the threat of the bunt, and Young pops one right over his head and into left field for a base hit. So no perfect game for Petit tonight. Young is aboard to start the bottom of the first.
Get that out of the way, right? The one thing you'll see about Petit, I think there's only one pitcher who's thrown from the stretch and thrown a no-hit game, and that was Hideo Nomo, and that's what you'll see from Petit. No windup from the stretch.
Here's Juan Lagares, whose numbers have really fallen off the last week or so. 0 for his last 14, 2 for his last 29. Average of 256 now. Young at first, 38 steals this year, second in the National League.
Juan's got a little bit, is getting long with his swing, Gary, and I do believe that they kind of been pounding him in and got him a little bit worried in.
And it's interesting when we watch Eric Young take his lead. Angel Pagan for the Giants had a slight turn, 45 degrees to second base, but great base steal like Young, no turn at all. He is straightforward, no turn towards second, and he'll do that crossover from left over his right leg.
2-0 now to Lagares with Daniel Murphy on deck. Segura's picked up the pace the last few days with Young breathing down his neck for that stolen base lead. And Lagares pops one up. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, waiting for it to come down. One away.
You could hear Pablo Sandoval saying up, up, up. Why? I don't know. I'm sure they knew it was up in the air.
And speaking of Sandoval, we'll now take a gander at the Giant defense. Don't prove me wrong, guys. I know it's by Coors Light. And we'll get it to you as soon as we can.
Well, we wouldn't want to steal Daniel Murphy's thunder. Murph, 2 hits in each of the last 2 games for New York. 171 hits for the year. That's 5th in the National League. 1 out and 1 on. All right,
Voila. Voila. Coors, brought to you by Coors Light, by the way, the Giants defense. And Sandoval at third base, who's had weight issues, as he always does. He gains, he loses. He gains, he gets hurt. They've had some injuries on this ball club. Pagan back in center really kind of gets that defense in the outfield solid.
I think Sandoval's weight is as good a point as it has been in some time. He hired his brother to cook for him this summer and lost about 30 pounds.
He lost 30 pounds, and they say that he's put back around 10 of late. So, you know.
That's a net 20. That's not bad.
The way these guys do sit-ups today, they should do push-ups away. Sandoval should do more push-ups away from the table.
Well, I don't know if they would care about the 30 pounds. They would like the 30 points on his batting average. That's what they would like.
Yes. Well, he's a free swinger, Sandoval. I think they've kind of discovered they can go up and down, but he's still quality batsman.
By the way, he's been red hot since he put those 10 pounds back on. That's so it goes. There goes Young. Posey throws a terrible one, and Young will go to third. So Eric Young has his 39th stolen base, and Posey's throw allows him to go to third on the air.
Well, maybe that's the reason that Bruce Bochy pitched out the pitch before, because he's trying to give Posey some help. What I found pretty interesting is that the second baseman, Abreu, did not bust to back up on that play, or he might have saved his catcher an error.
Abreu filling in for Marcos Scudero, who's got a back issue right now.
31 stolen bases as a Met this season for Eric Young Jr. in 78 ball games.
Look at those numbers. That is a very impressive stat. Murphy 16 for 20, getting a runner in from third with less than 2 out.
Giants are kind of playing the corners in early, which is very surprising.
2-1 from Petit, and Murphy pops it up. That's not going to get the run in. Crawford toward the line to grab it for the second out. They get 16 of 21. So 2 away. Young still at third, and now Lucas Duda coming up. Yusmeiro Petit, now 28 years old, first signed by the Mets as a free agent from Venezuela in 2001. Made 64 starts in the Mets farm system, 25 and 15, a 2.76 ERA. He was never considered a huge prospect because he doesn't throw all that hard, but all he did was get people out of the minors, partly because they always said he hid the ball so well.
Well, there's a lesson for management. Don't fall in love with those guys that throw 95 that can't throw strikes.
Petit's had big league time with the Marlins, the Diamondbacks, and now the Giants. In between, he played for the Guerreros de Oaxaca in the Mexican League in 2011.
Well, you know, when you trade for guys like Delgado, who's had such a great year in 06, it's going to take a good quality pitchers to get someone just like Wheeler took for the Giants to get Carlos Beltran.
Line, and Abreu able to snag it to end the inning. Mets get the leadoff man on, leave Young at third. When we come back, Jerry Seinfeld will pay us a visit, and we could not be more honored. Had one of the best times we've ever had in this booth. So
that's not true.
He was gracious enough to allow us to welcome him in again. Jerry Seinfeld.
Thank you. Gary, Keith, and Ron, this is one of the most exciting moments of my life. If only that were true. That's right. To be here in the Hall of Fame. This is the Hall of Fame. These guys are all going to be in the Hall of Fame as broadcasters, not as players, Keith.
That's
as
okay.
Broadcasters.
That's all right. I can live with that.
Yeah, so can I. And by the way, Keith and I celebrating our 20th anniversary of appearing on TV together. This year.
That's right.
20 years.
It was 13. That's right. 93.
93.
That's right. I got a phone call from my agent and said, "You want to do this show?" And I said, "What's the show?" They go, "The Seinfeld show." I go, "What's that?"
Right. Yeah. And they told me we can get Keith Hernandez. I said, "Who's that?" Gary, let's not lose track of the game here. That's what I'm here for. I got show business every day. I'm here for baseball.
You know, I have a question I need to ask you before we talk about baseball.
Well,
a lot of people
are 3-0 count here.
A lot of people are very upset about the fact that all of a sudden the Seinfeld reruns that used to run at 11 and 11:30 locally aren't on until midnight.
Right.
They've been pushed back.
Actually, they were gone completely, and now they're coming back at midnight. Ouch! That hurt my shoulder watching this.
Well, poor Darno's had the worst week. I mean, no one's gotten hit more than this young guy.
Yeah, he has. So we got Darno and Dendecker. So we've got two guys with a lowercase d in their surname on the team. Has it ever happened before?
No. And we might have 3 next year because Jacob deGrom could be on the pitching staff.
Wow.
And guess what? The lowercase d is really an upside down P.
Yeah. I kind of sniffed that out. I thought it was a funny looking D.
Who are they going to name the manager? Beverly D'Angelo or something?
Oh,
I mean,
that's
keep
good.
it going.
Nice.
Here comes Darling with the closer. Fastball high and tight to finish that guy off.
3-1 to Hunter.
And there is a fastball high and tight, but it is not finishing off Mr. Pence. Is that who that was?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Red hot hitter. You didn't want him to beat you with a home run. So maybe walking was the better part of the
Is that it? 1 home run beats us? Is that where we're at now?
It's been a tough few weeks, you know.
Jeez.
Here's Pablo Sandoval.
So have these guys got a sock thing going? They're both with the high black socks. That's become very popular now. David Wright wears the socks like that, doesn't he?
Day games.
For day games, yeah.
Whatever. Boy, talk about nothing to do.
Well,
Things you guys know.
See the new shoes. This is the new rage, and Sandoval's shoes are high tops. High top shoes.
Wow.
Can't say that I like them.
No. Tell us what you don't like, Keith. That's a strange place for a little hitting pad. I didn't know you guys get hit there. And he's got one on the shoe, too. He's really armored up, isn't he?
Jeez.
Now, all of these, it's not like in the old Barry Bonds days where you had to be grandfathered, and you can't wear those elbow armor and the shoulder armor anymore, can they?
You can wear it. It's limited in how bulky it can be. Like Zach Wheeler wears one because he exposes his pitching arm, but it's a light little pad on his elbow instead of the the gladiator armor.
Right. 3-0. Have you ever seen a pad in that spot on the right leg?
Never have. We used to rub dirt on it. We go get them.
These guys always talk about how tough they used to be. Used to be.
How are you still watching the games on TV?
Yeah, every night.
Every night.
Keith, unlike you, who's in it for the money and the fame and the glory, I love baseball. And this is baseball. And this is my team. I'll sit there. It's 5-0. I know we're not going to win. I don't care.
All right, now you have 3 kids.
Yeah.
Have you indoctrinated them into the ways of Met
they're
fandom?
injected. In fact, hi, Sasha, Julian, and Shepard. I hope you're watching me. Hi, Mom.
Back-to-back walks by Wheeler. So are they big Met fans?
Oh, yeah, big Met fans. Yeah, we come to lots of games. They wear the gear. My son Julian, very fine baseball player, playing short and second in the Little League team now, starting. Yeah.
Good.
Are you Are you coaching?
No, I don't coach.
You could coach.
No, I couldn't. I wouldn't know what to do.
Do you get angry?
Do you coach?
My kids are all grown now.
Oh, okay. Do I get angry? No.
You're not one of those raving mad parents?
No, are you kidding?
I didn't think so.
You could tell I'm an even keel kind of guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's sick. I don't know what that is. Let's not lose track of this game here. They got 2 men on, and according to Keith, a home run ends it.
You see how
So let's
Wheeler
keep
has done
track
with
of,
men on base. Tougher the situation, tougher he's been.
Very interesting how his focus sharpens as he gets in trouble. That's a sign of a good player, right, Keith?
Crawford
Yes.
lines one, and that's just foul.
Those would be things that you would look for in a pitcher. How he pitches when he's in trouble. It's kind of like a stand-up comic when he's bombing out on stage, how he can recover.
No one said bombing out since '62, by the way.
Dying, is that a better verb?
Yeah. Bombing out. Boy, he really bombed out.
Wheeler ahead 0-2 on Crawford.
Crawford's also got that foul ball protection thing.
He's actually a pretty nice player, Crawford. I like him.
Where does he play first?
Shortstop.
Sure. How old?
26.
Yeah.
Gary's amazing.
Driven to right. Over comes Dendecker, and he makes a nice reaching catch. Pence goes to third. Well, Dendecker's had 2 chances in right field in his first game out there, and both have been difficult, and he's handled them both beautifully.
This kid right here has a chance to be a pretty good player. I like the way he swings the bat. We all know about his defense.
Well, why do we want him in right versus Lagares? Why are we trying it this way?
Well, they both can play center field, and I think Lagares has had a little bit of difficulty in the corner positions. Jer, are a little bit different than center field. A center fielder can kind of read the ball off the back if he's behind the pitcher. The corner outfielders don't have that. Don't have that. So, I think they're just kind of experimenting here. I think it's September. You're playing it out. You got 2 young guys that are going to be part of your future. I feel, and see which one feels more comfortable, which one better in what position. I think it's a good move.
And if you ask me my opinion, I would say Lagares is a better center fielder. They've said Dendecker is a better center fielder. I don't believe it.
I think they've been
Lagares is much
surprised
better.
at how good Lagares has been in center.
Right.
Tony Abreu takes low and in. It's 1-1. But they can both play. That's a nice thing.
Now, do they test speed on these guys like in the NFL? Would anybody be curious what their 40-yard dash is, either of these guys, and does that matter as far as playing the position, or is reading the ball off the bat more important?
There's no like a 40-yard dash. There's no combine. But the dash they use for baseball players is 60 yards or 60 meters. And that's how they see their speed. So Lagares has great speed. I'm sure his time would be great. Then Decker has a great time. Young probably has by far the best time.
They do time guys out of the box to first base too. How fast they are to first base after a swing.
That would be a 30 yards.
Right.
2-2 to Abreu. But the other thing is, you watch with outfielders, the first step, and Lagares has been fantastic at getting the great jump on the contact.
He's nice to watch. I enjoy watching him play too.
Well, he's got a great arm too, and he's very accurate with it, Jerry.
Wheeler in a first and third and 1-out jam with the pitcher on deck. 2-2 to Abreu, and he gets it up and in. 3-2.
So how hard is Wheeler going to try to get him, knowing he's got the pitcher behind him? Not so hard.
He's going to try to get him out because it'd be easy to get out of this inning if he can get him out. but never want to load the bases, especially when he's struggling with his control.
Runner goes. It's inside for ball 4, and now the bases are loaded for Petit.
I don't like the looks of that.
It's 4 walks already for Wheeler through the first 8 batters.
He's having a hard time this early, Ron. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's not commanding his fastball at all.
Well, Dan Worth and the pitcher coach is going to talk to him about that. But the interesting part when we put out those numbers about how good he is with runners on base, he's always had control problems. So you get very good at pitching with people on base. So you better be good at those numbers. He's had a lot of practice in minor leagues.
And what do we tell him to do here? You got to get this next guy out, Zach.
You're always a little embarrassed when you're a pitcher, when the pitching coach comes out to talk to you right before the opposing pitcher comes up, because you're thinking you got that one covered.
Oh my God, you're so right.
Come out after.
But I think they maybe just want to settle him a little bit.
Well, I think that absolutely he just wants to settle him down.
Yeah, just calm down. Don't tighten up now.
Petit is a particularly poor hitting pitcher, 4 for 75 in his career.
That's the worst thing you could say, Gary.
Do you really think it matters whether I say that?
Yes, I do. Have you heard the word cosmos? Have you heard the word karma?
Cosmo?
Yeah, not Cosmo. So, Gary, would you say you're not a superstitious
I would say I'm
fan?
anti-superstitious person.
Oh, really? So you step right on that foul line?
Every time.
I was talking to Bobby O. I did a pregame show with him, and he was saying he still can't step on it.
I never stepped on a line yet either.
Really? You, Ronnie?
I'm very superstitious. In fact, when Gary says things like that,
right,
I'm like, ooh.
Okay, so we're 2-0 now on the pitcher.
Pence at third, Sandoval at second, and Abreu at first with 1 out.
And deep trouble for ZW.
Not according to the numbers.
He's 2-0.
But he loves these situations. We already showed that. And now it's 3-0.
Wow. Okay, how much you love this?
That's worse.
Well, he's missing everywhere, so it's hard to really zone in on anything. And then the home plate umpire in these cases is starting to get a little perturbed, so he's not going to get anything close.
Why is the home plate umpire getting perturbed? It's not his job.
He had dinner reservations at 10:35 at Smith and Walensky.
Don't tell us how unprofessional these people are. We're trying to have something to believe in. Okay. Zach is back on track now. And that beard's coming in beautifully.
3-1. Take him all the way. 3-2.
Okay, enough fooling around. Let's get in the dugout.
Nice double play would be a beautiful thing.
Comebacker to the pitcher.
5th full count already for Wheeler, and Petit with a good hack fouls one back.
Gary, what are the odds on the first pitch after a 3-2 count will be a foul ball?
You know, that's a Bobby Valentine stat. Bobby says 70%.
Really? I heard 50-50. 70, he says.
That's what, if Bobby says it, I believe it.
Right.
Anything about baseball. And there's ball 4, and it forces in a run. 5 walks for Wheeler in the first inning and a third. 4 in this inning, and Pence comes in to score the first run of the game.
Ron Darling?
Yes.
Is there anything worse than that?
There's nothing worse than walking the pitcher and walking a run in. It's just you know.
But the two together.
It's your embarrassing moment. Embarrassing moment out there. Absolutely.
Especially the 4 for 75 pitcher.
Yeah. This is one of those games.
So you can't, even at this stage of the season, he can't just groove it. And
I think sometimes trying to groove it doesn't allow you to groove it.
Right. So it's psychological.
It's brain. It's in your brain.
Right.
There's Pagan, who walked leading off the game. 5 walks for Wheeler has already matched his career high. He did that 2 starts ago against Cleveland.
My wife discovered Angel Pagan when he was a Met. First time she saw him, she said he's going to be a star.
He did a great job for them a couple of years ago. Got a big contract with the Giants.
4 years, right?
Yeah. How'd that pan out?
Well, he also, Angel Pagan has the look of, I mean, if he wasn't a baseball player, it looked like he could be an actor.
Yeah.
Well, he had that one good year for the Mets, and then the next year he did not have a good year. That's when the Mets traded him.
over to San Francisco, and he found a new home. How many times does that work out? A guy moves on and finds a new environment and thrives in it, and it certainly happened with Angel.
He was a huge piece of their World Series championship team last year. First pitch, line into right, a base hit. Sandoval scores, everybody else moves up a base. So Pagan with a bases loaded single makes it 2-0 San Francisco.
You know, that was a little interesting little back and forth between Wheeler and d'Arnaud. He shook him off twice, stepped off twice. What's Pagan? He knows that it's going to be a breaking ball. He wouldn't shake off twice on a fastball first pitch. Pagan sitting on it, produces the hit.
Why wouldn't he shake off a fastball?
Because it's the first pitch of the at-bat after you've walked 5 people. You're trying to get a strike over. And those two disagreements, I think, produced this base hit by Pagan.
Well, that's the Giants' first hit after the 5 walks, and the Mets are going to get early bullpen action behind Wheeler. Gregor Blanco swings through the fastball. 0-1.
Well, that's all he needs to do. He needs to find the range on his fastball. He's getting in trouble with his not getting his fastball over.
Sean Hand, the left-hander, Greg Burke, the right-hander, both up in the Mets bullpen. It's a little odd to see double barrel action in the second inning.
There's another pitch that's close. That home plate umpire Jim Wolf is just tight zone right now for Zach.
Well, if you need 4 guys in the booth, you definitely need 2 in the bullpen.
That's right.
Murphy shuffles over, gets the out at second, but no chance for the double play. And so Abreu scores to make it 3-0 San Francisco.
Well, not hit hard enough off the end of the bat. So that'll have a big ribeye steak written all over that fielder's choice.
I don't know why I laugh when you say ribeye steak every single time, but it's funny.
That's what we called it.
It's so much longer than RBI.
Yes. It's like
they have a lot
bombed out, you know, it's passe.
Most slang is to save syllables, not add syllables.
It was Brandon Belt who fly deep to right his first time up. Well, you know, as players, they had a lot of free time in the dugout.
Right.
To elongate rather than to abbreviate.
That's rain delay slang, we'll call that.
8th batter of the inning up against Wheeler, just trying to survive this second inning. One and one to Bell.
How many teams in the major leagues have a facial hair policy?
I don't think any have any.
I think 2.
Really?
2. Yankees and
the Reds.
Cincinnati Reds.
So the Reds still have it?
So
No facial hair?
You think Buck Showalter over at Baltimore might have instituted that now? Because I know that was a big thing for him when he started with the Rockies. No facial hair.
That's a good question.
I know it's not Boston.
No.
Wheeler ahead 1-2 on Belt. There goes Blanco. It's fouled off.
So a manager can just do that on his own? He could just institute that policy?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And it's up to the players. I mean, shoot. I mean, if I got traded to Cincinnati,
Right.
Sparky Anderson, the manager, Pete Rose and Joe Morgan not wearing any facial hair, I think
You would look.
I would have shaved it myself.
You look like you look now.
Did we institute a facial hair policy? Is that why you had to shave it off? By the way, you saw on that scoreboard, Texas leading Tampa Bay. It's the first lead the Rangers have had in 8 games. Buster Posey would be next.
Gary, who's your pick right now to win the World Series? Give me the team.
I would go with the Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Their pitching is
Red
so
Sox.
good.
Red Sox. Keith?
That's a tough one. I liked Texas all year, but they're just folding their tent right now. What about Oakland? What kind of year they're having? They come out of nowhere. I mean, they're running away with the West.
How about Pittsburgh? Anybody like Pittsburgh?
I like Pittsburgh. I don't like Pittsburgh's defense, but I do like their bullpen and their pitching. So I'll go with the Cardinals. How's that?
Okay.
In foul ground, Flores running out of room.
So what Met uniform is your favorite Met uniform? They got all these different uniforms now.
The off-white. That's that's an easy question. Well, I don't even know why they wear anything else.
I agree.
Everybody likes it the best.
It's really it's neat.
Yeah, it works.
Yep.
How much do you guys eat up here in a game?
Well,
Yeah.
Depends who you're talking to.
Keith rolls his eyes. He's got stains all over his suede vest here.
8th pitch of the at-bat to Bilt, and he socks one to deep center field. Lagares back to the track. Just enough room to run it down and retire the side.
Woo!
A very difficult inning for Zach Wheeler. He walks 4, allows 3. 3-0 Giants. Wall Mets games on Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. There is the remainder of the Mets schedule.
We're
Night
at
game
that
tomorrow, day game Thursday, trip to Philly and Cincinnati, and then those 4 games with the Brewers to close out the season.
We're at that point again where it's the end of the year.
Well, don't forget.
It's funny how you say that so melancholy, because you feel exactly the opposite.
Well, don't forget the last day of the season this year is a big day. It's the day Mike Piazza is inducted into the Mets Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, that's very nice. Always liked Piazza. I was just discussing with Ronnie Met fans how important that is to him to watch a pitcher lose the opposing pitcher with the bases loaded, if that hurts his opinion of that pitcher, or is this just something that happens to a lot of young pitchers? And Ronnie was saying it's kind of part of the maturation process.
It's part of it. You're going to have 3 or 4 of those kind of blow-up games a year. And
wait a minute. I don't know, it's not a blow-up game yet.
Well, not blow-up game, but a game where, you know, it moves real quick. A lot of times in those early starts, your first or second year, you'll have a start, and the next thing you know, you're on the bench, and you're out of the game, and you don't even know what happened. It happens that quickly. And it's all because, you know, people talk about it all the time, slowing the game down. Well, that's what you have to do as a pitcher. It's got to slow it down somehow, where each pitch is important instead of they're all kind of jumbled together.
Right.
Any particular player, Jerry, that you've seen that the young players that the Mets are kind of filtering in here that you like in particular?
I like the new guys. I like Darno. I like Dendecker. Flores, I heard you guys talking about. He doesn't seem to have a position. That bothers me. Seems like a good hitter, but doesn't have a place to play on defense.
1-2 from Petit, and Flores takes in the dirt. Well, let me ask you as a Met fan, because here we are in September, and most of the veteran players are either on the shelf or they got traded away, and you're playing young players every day. As a Met fan, are you enjoying the process of watching the younger players?
Yes, very much. I love seeing new guys. I mean, when you want to rebuild a team, you want to see, a light on the horizon, and that's what young players are.
Flores drives one to right, and Pence scurries back and reels it in for the first down.
Did you guys happen to see my segment with Bobby and Chris in the pregame?
No, we missed it.
Okay, what I was discussing with them was I do not understand why outfield walls are not padded in such a way that we don't risk a guy's entire career for the sake of a couch cushion. I mean, what is the point? We know they're going to hit these walls. We're paying these guys zillions of dollars. Maybe it would be in our best interest to make sure they hit the wall and can continue their careers.
Agreed. Bobby Valentine's career got shortened on a cyclone fence.
Well, that makes sense.
Agent Pagan grabs it to retire Dendecker, 2 out.
Not only is it the padded fence, but sometimes the lower fences down the foul line tend to be a problem because it hits you about thigh high.
Right. Well, they got to make those sliding catches down there. I like those anyway. But I mean, you look at what's his name, who used to play left from Boston, hurt himself in L.A.
Jason Bay.
Jason Bay. One shot.
Right.
Done.
Well, Bryce Harper this year running to
Bryce
the fence.
Harper, right.
Mike Baxter in the no-no.
Right, Mike Baxter. Why are they not more careful?
Well,
what good does it do?
I will say this: the fences are more padded now than they were 25 years ago.
Okay,
but
25 years we made an improvement.
So are you talking about like beanbag padding or
I don't know,
wrap?
whatever it is. It just seems ridiculous.
Darno up with 2 out and nobody on. He fouls one back. Travis coming off his walk-off hit on Sunday. His first hit in his career with a runner in scoring position.
Wow. Now, was he supposed to be strong offensively when he came up? Was he was supposed to be the package, right?
Yeah, and you know what? It's young, and he's had injuries his whole career. That's what's troublesome. And there you go, strike 3. I'll be brief. He's up. He sees his average below 200. He's putting pressure on himself. I like his swing.
Right.
After 2, 3-0 Giants. Tomorrow's game, just go to SNY.TV, click on the link, and join the conversation. It's Chat Live with Bobby Ojeda, presented by Verizon, only on SNY.TV.
By the way, now the hardest working man in show business, Bobby O.
Bobby O.
Third inning even works.
And Bobby really enjoys that live chat.
He does?
Oh, yeah, he told me. So all you fans, you make sure you live chat him.
How did you guys all seem to have this talent for broadcasting? Just lucky? This guy needed shape, he made you?
It's all Gary.
I couldn't do anything else.
These guys at least had some talent.
Right.
Gary is definitely the rudder of a leaky ship. Right. And he keeps it going pretty straight.
But seriously, Gary has to draw on us, and he has to also keep the focus on the game. So with all that, he's like the director.
Right.
You know, we're just...
Well, you guys give us Met fans a fantastic show every night, learning about the game and calling the game in an interesting way, and we're very proud of it. As Met fans, we're very proud of it.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, when the Yankee fans talk, we can talk about you guys.
Flores throws out Posey for the first out. Well, that's very nice of you. I appreciate that.
Well, you know it's true.
Well, the big news of the day surrounds Matt Harvey and his intentions. For more on that, let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, Harvey is going to rehab rather than undergo Tommy John surgery, at least for now, Gary. I mean, he's going to go on a throwing program, a rehab program and a throwing program for the next 6 to 8 weeks, and then really test out the arm. He still has some time here, so if he does this and things don't feel right, well, then he will probably undergo the surgery. But if he does it, and as he hopes it feels good, he won't need the surgery, and things will come along for him in the offseason. They'll obviously put him on a program to watch that. He had what I would call a confidence-building visit with Dr. James Andrews yesterday because, I mean, let's face it, Harvey did not want to have the surgery. Can't blame him there. And Andrews, after really, doing a lot of physical examination, pulling that elbow and really making sure it's stable, felt it was stable. So it wasn't just Harvey himself that wanted the confidence builder. It was Andrews who gave it to him. So now we'll have to see how things respond in the next couple months. But at least today, good news for an injury for Mets fans.
Kevin?
Yes.
It's Jerry.
Hi.
There's a pop-up on the infield that's going to drift into right. And be an out. Kevin, I want to know why these doctors are getting billing now. Who the hell is this guy? He's a big star now. Dr. Andrews. Why do I got to hear about him for?
He's got a heck of a lot of money, I'll tell you that, Jer. That's for sure.
I mean, we get free treatment out of this guy for all these plugs? I'm Dr. Andrews. I talked to Matt Harvey. Didn't do a damn thing. Did you hear me on the broadcast? They said my name 4 times. I'm Dr. Andrews.
You know he's got to be good. At some point, he's making people go down and see him in Pensacola. So he's got to be a good doctor.
Kevin, have you ever heard of Dr. Andrews before today?
First time I've ever heard of him, Jerry.
Okay, there you have it. There's a little money changing hands into Mr. Burkhardt's pocket.
I want to know if Jerry, if you and Kevin coordinated on your sweaters tonight.
What is he wearing? Is he wearing a dark sweater?
Same sweater that you are.
I think he went V and you went with crew.
Well, you didn't want
Kevin Burkhardt also an all-star addition to this all-star Hall of Fame announcing crew. We love you, Kevin Burkhardt.
Jerry, the feeling is mutual.
Oh, it's nice.
1-2 to Sandoval, and it's up and away. Miller looking for a bounce-back inning after giving up 3 runs in the second. He's retired the first 2.
Jerry, you going to call any play-by-play tonight?
I have been.
I mean, it's been sporadic. It's been sporadic,
That's
though.
the
I mean,
way
like
I do it.
I mean, a full inning.
I don't know.
It's all yours if you want it.
Fun. Why don't you take it away?
I would rather make fun of Gary.
Sounds like a good plan. 2-2, and Sandoval fouls it back. We did notice, by the way, that you sent in a question for one of the Stump Gary routines.
I did,
a couple of weeks ago.
About
you did
the sign guy.
Yeah.
When's the last person to stump you, by the way?
Oh, I get stumped all the time.
Really?
Oh, God. It's too easy.
Amazing. There's a foul ball. I had a friend, a comedian, Tommy Koenig, if he's out there. And he used to do an impression of the old broadcasting booth, Kiner, Nelson, and Murphy. And he used to do Lindsey Nelson, Duffy Dyer up. Duffy laced one foul 5 nights ago.
We go to the bottom of the third at Citi Field with the Giants leading 3-0. You prefer for relievers running in from the bullpen or being driven into the bullpen cart? Now,
when's the last time
Tug
anyone ever used that?
This has got to be Tug.
It's a relic right there.
Yes, sir. Of course, it's Tug.
Wow, that was impressive. How'd you do that?
I remember those days.
What was the reason for that?
That's a very good question.
I think they were trying to speed up the game, right?
Well, I know after a while some teams were using cars because for advertising would drive the pitcher in a Cadillac or whatever.
Right. What do you guys think of all the sponsoring of every time someone kicks the dirt? It's a Geico dirt kick moment.
Well, the bills do need to be paid, you know.
Yeah, I like it.
You do like it?
Yeah.
What, the gecko?
All of it, all the nonsense. I like to see ads everywhere. I love when you see it in old ballparks, old pictures.
Right? I mean, like a Valentine blast.
Yeah. Showbiz.
Tejada drives on the left, and that's down for a base hit and goes to the wall. So the Mets have their second hit off Petit, a leadoff double for Tejada.
Gary, who do you like of the young guys that you've seen?
I think d'Arnaud is going to be terrific.
Right.
And I think Lagares has already shown that he can be a star. He has to hit, and he hasn't shown that yet. I know Keith loves Dendecker and his swing and his potential. And of course, there's a wealth of good young pitching, some of it here and some of it on its way. Wheeler up there to bunt and gets it down. Petit stumbles, but makes the play.
Even though he stabbed at it.
Very good observation, Jerry.
Thank you.
It was poor fundies, but it got the job done.
Yeah. One of those guys could have bumped into each other like Ike Davis and David Wright out for the season. Oh, gosh. That was one of the weirdest.
Only the Metsies.
And you watch football, right? And you see what these guys do.
Crashing into each other.
Bump into a little excuse me.
It looked like nothing at the time.
And
is Ike Davis going to put his head back together?
I don't know. I'm not. He's got that abdominal now. Maybe that
give him his mind a rest, give him a little extra long winter. It's hard to know what's going on in the players' heads. You know, there's so much is confidence in anything, right? If you don't believe in yourself.
Right. Wasn't that a great line from Moneyball? That I think it was Tim McCarver did that VO about you never know what's in a young man's mind until he gets up to the majors. What's going to happen?
Well, it changes the game because now you've gotten to the big leagues, and now you're playing against guys you've collected their bubblegum cards.
Right.
It's a little different. I was 20 years old when I was in the big leagues, and all of a sudden I'm facing Kuzman and Seaver and Carlton. I wasn't ready. I mean, I was like a little kid in diapers.
We were watching that fight Saturday night.
Yeah.
23 years old, Canelo is. 23. Imagine yourself at 23, the whole world watching you, a $50 million purse.
Young trying to get the runner in from third with one out. Behind the count 0-2. Eric got a base hit into left field his first time up.
Well, this is the Tejada double. You see the umpire telling the third base umpire telling the home plate umpire, no need, I don't need to call this fair or foul or catch or no catch. I've got it covered. You stay at home plate. So umpire's communicating too.
Wouldn't he assume that?
Yeah.
Well, I think the other thing he's communicating is that it can get back to cover third, and that the home plate umpire doesn't have to go cover third.
Right. And then if the home plate umpire vacates home plate to cover a ball down the line to make, say the runner's on first, then they have to make a call to third. Then the first base umpire comes and takes home plate. They do that rotation thing.
Now here's a whole inner game that nobody else is talking about. Really, this is great. I've never heard about that.
This will get a run in. Abreu throws out Young. Tejada comes in to score the first Met run to cut the Giant lead to 3-1.
We'll take that.
You know, Keith, when you were mentioning that you're playing against guys that you collect their bubblegum card off of, I think for today's player, it's the person he plays the video game with. You know, when they're 10 or 12 and they have pool holes up at bat or something like that.
Yeah.
Then they have to face them.
Yeah, it's even tougher, right?
Video games big in your house, Jerry? They're big everywhere, right?
Oh, sure.
Off the end of the bat. Shallow center, and here's Pagan to grab it, and that retires the side. But the Mets get a run. Tejada, a leadoff double, comes in to score it. 3-1 Giants after 3. His second start for the Mets. Matt Cain goes for the Giants. Then Thursday afternoon, John Neese against Madison Bumgarner, who's had by far the best year of all those heralded Giants starters. Well, if you saw earlier, Travis d'Arnaud took a shot off his right shoulder. Anthony Recker will replace him behind the plate. Here's what got d'Arnaud, just the latest ball to track him.
You know, they have that padding, but when you see it hit, that's like the ball hit bone, that right shoulder bone.
Okay, here's what I don't get, all right? Here's one of my big baseball mysteries. I cannot comprehend when a ball is fouled off the bat right onto a guy's foot, that foot is not shattered into 1,000 pieces. That ball is hard as a rock. It's going 90 miles an hour. It's a thin leather shoe.
Correct. Kangaroo.
Why does the foot not break? Well, here we see a guy. He's got a 2-inch pad on his shoulder, and it hurt.
Crawford rips a base into center, and so the Giants get the leadoff man on in the fourth.
You know what hurt?
They hop around a couple of laps around the plate, and they get back in the box.
Yeah, they get
I don't
back.
get it.
It still hurts though when your feet get jumpy when you get hit in the foot.
Yeah.
Look at the umpires have even more padding because they're back.
Right.
They're back there, but they're like up every pitch. They're involved.
Right.
They also have those special toe plates, don't they?
Yes,
like steel
like
toe
a steel
shoes.
boot.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's off the instep. You see the foot's curved. You know, as they swing.
You know where the worst part to get hit is your inside, right above your ankle or on your ankle. Oh, does that hurt? And that doesn't go away.
Really?
That stays bruised for a while.
So you were wondering why guys wear those little shin guards and pads?
Right.
I never did.
Well, you didn't even wear batting
he's
gloves.
the toughest man who ever lived. Okay, Met fans, Keith Hernandez is Spartacus.
Listen, Pilgrim.
Jeez. One episode.
Two-parter, though.
Two-parter.
Two. I was on the final two. Don't forget
You know, I saw Julia Louis-Dreyfus last night.
Out at first, and now in a rundown is beautiful.
Almost snuck by there.
So double play, 3-3-6, 2 out and nobody on.
Nice play by Duda here. Goes to the bag. I probably would have gone to second first. That is a tough one right there. But he opts to go to the bag first, makes the throw, and the double play is done. Either way, successful.
I thought that worked out just fine.
It did.
So critical in first base.
Well, it's my job.
You were talking about Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I just watched the last 2 episodes of her series, Veep. Fantastic.
Fantastic, yeah. Well, she's in this new movie called Enough Said with James Gandolfini. And she's amazing in it. I saw the premiere last night. Yeah, wonderful film. I really can remember that like it was yesterday, Keith. You and her in that car, and you having to do that makeout scene.
8 takes. I remember it well. I feel like Maurice Chevalier.
I really was so excited when you walked on that set. I gotta tell you, that was well, you know, we weren't a hit show at that time.
I understand.
It was '93. The show didn't really take off till '94.
Right.
And that was the biggest thrill we had up to that time. Keith Hernandez came by.
Well, I remember remember the 3 other writers that were there? There was you, Larry David, and there was 2 or 3 other writers.
Mm-hmm.
They were a bunch of characters.
Yeah, we only had a few guys.
Yep. So.
Well, you need characters, Keith. You're not looking for information. You need insanity. That's the right comedy.
3-2 to Petit. And he takes strike 3, and that'll do it for the Giants in the top of the 4th. Third strikeout for Wheeler.
Okay, looking a little better.
with Jerry Seinfeld.
Hi. And it's time for the Verizon Fios upgrade. Whatever the hell that is. So I'm supposed to talk about anything baseball related with the theme of upgrade? Is that it?
Yes.
Have you got something?
Maybe you can talk about, would the Mets be better if they signed free agent San Francisco Giant pitcher Tim Lincecum next year?
Oh.
Would that be an upgrade, do you think?
Well, he didn't have a great year. He did throw a no-hitter. And he is a cool guy.
Yes.
And since we're down one cool guy with Harvey, I would say Lincecum would be an excellent cool guy upgrade along with Verizon Fios. 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 That's a good word for our brand. Fios. What should we call it? How about Sparkle? I like Fios.
You like Murph out there? Murph's up. You like Murph?
Had a hell of a year. Hell of a year. I was just reading about him. He could be one of 3 guys with, 35 doubles, 10 homers, and something else along with the 3 of the best hitters in the league. Did you see that in your notes?
I did.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I sort of do.
He's had an amazing year.
You stumped Gary.
But I like him.
35 doubles, 11 home runs,
right,
and 20 steals if he gets the 20.
Yeah, he would join Mike Trout, Hunter Pence, and Andrew McCutchen as the only 4 players in the league with those numbers.
There you go.
What more do you want? You want a guy to run into a wall for you?
Gare, you missed it.
What'd I miss?
You missed that little tidbit.
Then maybe you should be Stump Jerry.
I wonder if he's tired of that Irish rock song. You know,
Dropkick Murphys. That's right.
I like your version better.
Murphys.
Drop Dead Murphys.
That's a different band.
I think Dude has changed his song.
He has changed his song.
No longer
along the Watchtower?
No.
Could use a facial hair policy here. I think I would have a facial hair policy that I would institute man by man.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say this beard's either got to come in or go out.
So you're saying no scruff?
Yeah.
You have an anti-scruff policy.
No tweener.
Right. No Wolf Blitzer.
Murphy takes ball 4, and the Mets get the leadoff man out of the 4th.
Well, actually, I do like the Wolf Blitzer. It's kind of similar to what Pettit has going here. He's very well trimmed. There must be somebody in the there's a barber in these clubhouses. These guys can't spend their pregame routine doing this.
Often there is a barber in the clubhouse. Sometimes it's a player.
Well, the players today.
A player will do it?
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The players today, Jared, they come to the ballpark at 12 noon for a night game. They're out of their minds. They're here all day. They're like baseball rats.
Really? Why do they do that?
They got computers they got to go over. They work out, lift. They're here at like 12 o'clock.
You guys didn't do that.
No, you kidding? It's a long season.
You would think that baseball statistics would be more different than they are, with all those changes in routine and fitness and nutrition, and not to mention the other problem. But even that aside, don't you think still 300 hitters, pretty good hitter?
Yes.
With all the lifting and the.
Yes.
And the
Murphy runs, and Duda got a piece of it.
I think once we got through all the artificial stuff, that where the numbers were off the charts in the 90s and 2000s, now everybody's bigger and stronger, and a lot of the parks are smaller.
Right, that's true.
And the numbers now are like when we were kids growing up.
But at the same time, any advantage that the hitters have in terms of nutrition and exercise, so do the pitchers. And more pitchers than ever are throwing 95 miles an hour now.
Right, that's true.
So it kind of goes both ways.
Do you think the steroid era affected average or just power?
Average and power. Fly balls an at bat.
Right.
It's a home run and plus RBIs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ribeye steaks.
Ribeye steaks, yeah.
I think one of the most difficult things in baseball is that it's over 6 months, And every single day to play, after a while, there's a lot of days, and I saw Keith many times come in and go, I don't know how I'm going to get a hit today. And what the steroid era provided, I feel great every day.
Right.
I'm ready to go.
Right.
Can't wait for this game to start. And guys in my generation, you'd look at him and say, boy, no chance he's going to get on the field today.
Right.
No, it's amazing what a cup of black coffee will do.
And these guys are running around at night, too, aren't they?
I have no idea. I'm in bed.
All right.
But think about today, though. You know, all the cameras, people can take pictures of it when you're out. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I think also players now, in addition to that, and I think that's very important, but I think they're also very conscious of how much money there is to be made in the game. And I think that they take their year-round nutrition and lifestyle a little more seriously.
You guys didn't think about the money as much, Keith?
Well, I can't complain. I mean, certainly you want not. I've always wanted. My agent asked me my first 5-year deal. No, first I had a 3-year deal with the Cardinals. Nothing. It was 40,000, 55, and 75. 3-year deal. And he asked me, and I said, if I don't want to work when I retire, if I have a long career, I want to be able to have a nest egg where I can just go right off on the horizon. So, yes, obviously I thought about that. You can't play forever.
Right.
You know, all of a sudden I got hurt when I was 30. I was out of the game in 37 my last year.
Right.
I never was hurt, and 35 was the first year I got hurt. And that was it. It was all downhill. I went quick.
But I mean,
There's ball 4 and Duda's on. So back-to-back walks by Pettit.
but still, you could have got, what, 2 more good years maybe?
I would have loved to have played till I was 40, but it just wasn't going to happen.
Pretty tough.
It wasn't going to happen.
Pretty tough even if you're a well-conditioned athlete.
But
Look at Jeter.
Well, yeah, they work out better, but I ran a lot in the offseason. I did long-distance running, and I stretched. And towards the end of my career, the lifting came in. But I mean, these guys take 200 swings a day. They do too much. It's a long season. You got to have a little gas in the tank in August and September. So,
Tying runs on base and nobody out. Flores lined out to right his first time and takes ball 1. Well, we talked at the top of the broadcast about the Giants and their pitching, with the difference between their starting pitchers last year when they were 5th in the National League and this year when they're 2nd to last. Lincecum has struggled. Kane has struggled. Zito wound up in the bullpen. Only Bumgarner's really held up his end.
Vogelsong has only started 17 games. His ERA is almost 6.
And that's why the Giants find themselves a half game out of last place after winning the World Series last year.
What a difference a year makes.
Boy, I forgot that. Well, good spot for Flores to show us something here.
He has a strike, 2 and 1. So ball players are getting to the ballpark earlier than ever. Do stand-up comics get to the club earlier than ever?
No.
Is it more pre-game ritual there?
Last hired, first fired.
The comedy clubs I've been in, you don't want to be in too long. I mean, it's not like they're absolutely plush.
I don't know. It's different when you're young and you're single, and you know.
Yeah.
For me, I just go to, for the stage and go home.
Do you still do club dates?
Yes, I do dates, but I'll just drop in at certain places and try out a joke here and there. I like to go to Gotham on 23rd Street. That's my favorite club in New York.
And are you writing stuff all the time?
Every day.
Really?
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Now, I know you're doing your, what is it, Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee?
Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee on the internet, yeah.
And are you still doing that? Or?
Yeah, I did one today with Louis C.K.
Really?
Yeah, we went out in his boat. There's a foul ball.
So instead of going in a car, you went on a boat to get coffee.
Yeah, we had a car and a boat.
I mean, that's a great series. Who's the one guy that you did in that series that you said, wow, this was like the greatest thing I ever did?
Really loved all of them. They've all been a lot of fun. Alec Baldwin was great. Larry David, Ricky Gervais. They're just fun. It's just a fun thing to do. That evens the count at 2.
And Is there something you're looking to do? Is there some next project that you're working on that you're
I'm really obsessed with this Comedians in Cars thing because it's the internet, and I'm kind of breaking through a little something new here in terms of people sitting and watching a program made for their phone on their phone, and you get all this data now that you can see exactly what people are doing, and it's been fun. People seem to like it, and so I'm enjoying playing with their attention span in this weird medium. You know,
now
it's a new game. I can't play the old game. I got to play a new game.
Now you've never been an off-color comic. You've always been pretty, pretty
clean.
All audiences.
Yeah. So I don't bomb out.
But the nature of the world has changed in terms of political correctness and what you can say and what's fodder for humor. Have you seen that change? Does it change how you have to approach what you can do?
Not me, but I see it affect other people. For example, the first season I did of Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, I just asked comedians that I like, which happened to be white men. Most comedians are male. Most of my friends are white. I have a few black friends. Most of them are whites, just the way the country breaks down. And there was such a thing about where are the women? Where are the women? All of a sudden, people get very upset. It's like that I don't have the exact demographic breakdown of the population at large in my group of friends. That's political correctness gone run amok. Who cares?
Flores clocks one to deep left. Back goes Blanco. It's over his head and off the wall. Murphy's going to be held at third, and now he runs through the stop sign and comes home. I don't know what Tim Tuffle was thinking, but Murphy wisely ran right by him. It's a double for Flores, and it cuts the Giants' lead to 3-2.
I'm sure Tim Tuffle was not talking to Murphy on that play because he was halfway home.
Hanging slider. And I tell you what, if Murph held up, I don't know what Murph's thinking here. It's a bad read on his part. But if he stops, he's going to get overrun by the back runner, which was Duda. So he more or less had to cut. Keep your eye on Duda at first base. And he gets the proper read. And for Duda to almost catch Murph,
that is a terrible read by Murphy. Terrible read.
You said it.
Well,
it was just a little slow, that's all.
A little slow?
Yeah. Well, Murphy scores his 86th run of the year. That's in the top 10 in the league. Flores, who's had the bad ankles. So now the Mets have the tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position with nobody out, and a chance for Matt Den Decker, who's flied to center his first time up.
Keith is upset.
Can we see that again with Flores? I just was kind of.
What, the stumble?
Yeah, he's got the bad ankle. It's been a real slow healer, as you know, Jer. You're an avid Met fan, been paying attention. He's missed a lot of games. Oh, boy. Ouch.
Is it the same ankle?
Oh.
Ow. So his ankle hurts.
Remember, he got hurt in the first place trying to stop at third base. And Den Decker lines one into center for a base hit. Duda comes in with the tying run. Flores will stop at third. Now Den Decker is hung up. And Flores not breaking for the plate. Now he does. And they put the tag on, and Flores scores the go-ahead run.
That's good.
Great job by Den Decker to stay in the rundown long enough for Flores to come in with the go-ahead run, and it's 4-3 New York.
Luckily, Flores heard Gary saying, why isn't he coming home?
Well, Den Decker, nice hitting. I like his swing. Looks a lot like Chase Utley. But Den Decker causes all this havoc by taking a wide turn. Had no business doing that. And this is an improper rundown, and that's why the Mets were able to score 2 runs. You want to keep a run down here. You want to close it down. Now he's caught here. Shortstop's got to come in tighter. You've got to close down the distance between the two guys, the two defensive players. So the Mets get away with one.
Den Decker gets credit for 1 RBI. The second run scores on the fielder's choice. Play goes 8-3-4-6 on Den Decker.
And we got ourselves a ball game.
See, the shortstop is just, he's got to close.
And what about Flores' responsibility? At what point is he supposed to break for the plate?
That's always a judgment call.
It's always better to break with the second baseman running back.
Recker grounds one down to third, his first at bat, and Sandoval throws him out, 2 out.
The first baseman is running. If the first baseman is running the runner towards second, he can see out of his peripheral vision the runner at third. Second baseman running the runner back to first, his back is to the third base. He cannot see that runner. So it's always better to make your break. See, he's too far. He should have closed. You see him look over his shoulder. He had to look over his shoulder. It's too late. Sayonara. So, not exactly textbook baseball. Mets take the lead.
Kind of a rookie mistake there by Den Decker. He got fooled by the second baseman Abreu, who came in behind him. That's a play you don't always see. That's why Den Decker was caught off first and started that crazy play in motion.
Now Tejada, who doubled and scored the first Met run. So the Mets were down 3-0 in this game, but using Seinfeldian magic, they scored a run in the third and 3 here in the fourth.
That was so interesting. I wish I was just home watching.
Guillermo Moscoso is up in the Giants bullpen. And Crawford throws out Tejada to end the inning, but the Mets put up a 3 spot. Flores and Den Decker with RBIs. And the Mets give Zach Wheeler a 4-3 lead going to the 5th. Mercedes.com.
Love that super slow-mo. Especially when it's brought to me by Mercedes-Benz.
It's a high quality operation.
Engineered like no other car.
Well, Zach Wheeler has a lead for the first time as we go to the 5th inning. Zach suffered through a walk spate in the 2nd inning, walked 4 batters and gave up a hit en route to 3 runs, but he's allowed only 2 hits in 4 innings.
During the commercial, I confused Angel Pagan with Crawford because they have similar hair. The guys decided that's racist, and I'll be on Al Sharpton's show later tonight apologizing.
Angel Pagan has walked and singled tonight. He's driven in a run, and Will gets his curveball over. Well, we were just talking about political correctness.
Yeah, right.
Running amok.
Yeah, can't have too much of it.
1-1 to Pagan with Blanco and Belt to follow as the Giants start their 3rd time around the batting order.
Do you prefer the new stadium, Citi Field, or you have affinity for O'Shea?
I have affinity for O'Shea, but I prefer this stadium. It's fantastic. We were just talking as we were coming in. Let's be honest. Yankee Stadium is impressive. This is a much better place to come to a ball game. Even Yankee fans will admit it. So That's another one for us. We got Hernandez burgers here, right?
Yeah, we do.
Keith's Grill.
Keith Burgers. Keith's Grill.
Keith Burger, yeah.
Wheeler falls behind.
There it is.
Oh, they're doing good business.
Oh, they actually got. Oh, wonderful.
Often we take a shot of Keith's Grill, and maybe there's one person.
It's late in the game.
Oh, it's like beer. They don't serve hamburgers after the 5th inning.
That's how bad the obesity's gotten in this country.
That's 7-3 and 2 counts for Wheeler already. It's only his 19th batter. So he's had to throw a lot of pitches in this game.
But he's got the lead.
He'd like to go
if he
5.
can hold it.
Get 5 and get a W too.
But he walks the leadoff hitter.
That is not good.
A career high 6 walks now for Wheeler.
And when the leadoff hitter is walked, he scores what percentage of the time, Gary
51%.
Cohen? 51% of the time.
We've been following the 40th anniversary of the 1973 Mets, a rather miraculous run from last place to first in the last month of the season. This date in 1973 is not a good one. Tom Seaver lasted just 3 innings, gave up 5 runs. It knocked his ERA all the way up to 1.88.
Wow.
After that start.
Holy cow.
Stargell. How about the time of game? 224. 13 runs scored.
Stargell 4 for 4. Homer 4 RBIs.
The Pirates could hit.
I was just thinking the last time we had Tom in the booth, put up all his amazing stats, Cy Young, everything, put his record on. Keith goes, boy, that's a lot of losses, Tom, that you had in your career.
I had to give him a shot. Actually, Tom's win-loss record is astounding.
Yeah, it's over 100.
Drag bunt by Blanco. And the tag made by Duda, so Blanco will get credit for a sacrifice.
Why?
Trying for a hit. This is where the standings were at on this date in 73 with a little over 2 weeks to go in the season. The Mets were still in 4th place, 3.5 back.
Wow.
But they would win their next 4 games. They got to 77 and 77, 500, and first place on the same day.
Oh, really?
Which is almost impossible when you consider a 6-team division.
And I remember that the doubleheader they played the last day, was it in a foggy Wrigley Field when they iced it?
They won the first game, and then they canceled the second game because
I remember Haywood Halebrun had remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was at the game, and it was CBS, was he, or I forget?
Yeah, CBS.
CBS, and it was on the international news, CBS. And they showed that game on, and Haywood Halebrun was there to report the Mets winning at 500, right, that year?
They won it with 82 and 79.
Right.
So 3 games over 500.
Yep.
And won the division.
And it came within.
And then beat the Reds.
Beat the Reds, and then had the mighty A's had them down 3-2 and
right.
lost it.
Right. Wow. Gary, how far out of the first base line do you have to run before you're automatically out?
You mean if you get hit with a throw?
No, like that bunt there. That dude tried to.
He tried to avoid the tag, ran out of the first base line somewhat. Is that an umpire's judgment?
It's, do you run far enough out of the baseline to avoid the tag?
Well, why else would you run out of the first baseline?
It happens all the time. Well, guys don't always take a straight line.
Technically, that's why you got the double stripes down there, Jerry. Right. You know,
you're supposed
down
to
the
run
first
in
base
that
line.
3-foot wide lane down to first base. And if there's like a bunt play and you get hit with a throw and you're not in that lane, then you get called out.
So you Dyer, right? 69.
Umpires will give you more leeway outside in foul territory of that line.
Right.
That's foul. But they will not give you leeway in fair territory if you're on the cut of the grass. You know, right in here. They'll give you more leeway out here.
Right.
So there's no actual number of feet that you can't veer.
The way, well, it's interesting when you consider the path between first and second, right? You've got that incredibly wide area, but the umpires will say you create your own base path. And if you veer out of that to avoid a tag, then they will call you out. In other words, if you're running very wide of the grass between first and second, that's your baseline. It could be different than somebody else's baseline.
So it's a judgment.
Yeah, it's very much a judgment. Keith, does that sound about right?
I never read the rule book in my life.
Oh, nice play, Duda. He bobbles it and cannot complete.
Well, he saved a double.
He did.
Is that his first error?
Not an error.
No, it's not an error.
No,
It's a nice play, actually, and the pitcher's got to be covering. Where's Wheeler?
Quite had it.
Where's Wheeler on this? This is a nice play. Spectacular play, actually. By there you go.
Dear me, watching baseball.
Yep. See?
Thinking I love the game of baseball.
What a great catch by Duda. Oh, he didn't catch it.
No, he never had it.
So Duda looking for help here. Where are you covering?
Oh, brother, where art thou? So now the tying run at third, and Posey gets tied up. 0-1.
See, another good part of the broadcast is that those guys in the truck, our producer Greg Picker and our director, our Emmy-winning director Bill Webb, nothing goes unseen. Bill's on everything in there. With his
How many years in the game for Bill Webb?
Bill?
I feel like I remember him
30,
way back.
35 maybe?
Wow.
He's won 40 Emmys, I believe.
Bill Webb has 40 Emmys.
40 Emmys.
You know how many I have?
No.
One.
It's one more than me.
And I'm happy with it.
Pagan the tying run at third, and Posey takes on the inside corner. How about Wheeler working him inside?
That's where you got to work.
Okay, well, this is Wheeler time, right? He's got to get out of this inning.
Well, he's
hold this lead. You don't want to give the lead back in the next half. That's the worst, right?
He's created his own mess here, though, with not covering first base. Garrett should be 2 outs, runner on third.
Right.
That and a leadoff walk. Now it's 1-2, and Posey grounds one to the right side. Murphy's only play will be to first, and that'll tie up the game as Pagan comes home. It's 4-4.
Oh dear.
I have never seen Posey take such a defensive swing, Ronnie. Look at this. It just like was, I'm overmatched. I just want to put the ball in play. Look at that. That is not a good swing.
Why is it not a good swing to put the ball in play when you have 2 strikes?
Well, you can put it in play with authority. It was a very defensive swing. He's one of the best hitters in the game. I've never seen him take a swing like that before.
I see.
He is. So that is to the credit of Wheeler. That Wheeler's stuff, he's not quite. He really shortened up to get that run in.
Right.
So now 2 out, Belt at second, and here's Hunter Pence. Pence has 19 RBIs in his last 6 games. No Giant, going all the way back to the Polo Grounds, has ever done that before.
He's going to drive in. He has a chance to drive in 100. He's got 92 on the season.
This is almost certainly going to be Wheeler's last inning. Trying to get through it against one of the hottest hitters in the game right now.
Remember when Wheeler was taken out of the game because he had a strict 105 pitch limit? It's become less strict as we're going along.
That was the day. That was the day after Harvey got hurt.
Oh, okay.
Nobody was going past the limit that day.
Maybe it was when he said he was tired. That's when the limit was elevated. So Pence, Jerry, and then San Francisco is one of the biggest parks in the National League. And he's got 25 home runs. That says, and he's not, you look at him, he's just a kind of a gangly guy. You wouldn't think he'd be a home run hitter.
I would. Look at his back. Got under this one, though.
Lagares puts it away. Giants tie it up. We're halfway through. Mets and Giants tied at 4.
Where do you think you're going? It's so great, Hernandez. You're going in.
constant flow of up-to-the-minute news and opinion, plus fan discussions, player profiles, and exclusive video on Jets blog featured on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Fifth inning recap brought to you by your local Tri-Honda dealer. 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the fifth.
That was easy.
Josh Satton's going to bat for Zach Wheeler.
Satton's an interesting guy to me. Seems like a very relaxed guy.
Well, he went to the University of California, Berkeley.
Yeah.
So
just easygoing guy.
Gets his hits.
Yeah. Good eye. Good hitting eye. Great eyebrows. Oh, I'm the first one to say it. Sorry.
No, actually, you're the second.
Okay. Is that racist?
No.
We had a deal. You want to come with me to the Al Sharpton show later?
I had a Freudian slip 2 months ago.
We were in Milwaukee, and Keith was praising Josh Satton.
Yeah.
And he said, Josh has really opened some eyebrows.
Oh, gosh.
It was a Freudian slip.
I see.
He's really a great kid.
Does he have a chance to make the team?
Certainly. He could be a right-hander off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he swings the bat. I mean, he can pinch hit, and he's got a good eye. Jerry, you made a great observation. He's got a good eye at the plate.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have a lot of power, but, you know, if you're going to have guys off the bench.
I think that he'd have to learn to play in the outfield a little bit, too. I don't know if he has the skills to do that, but he's a first baseman. He can play a little second. He can play third. But if he's going to be strictly a bench player, I would think that he'd have to be able to play just about everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the reasons why they need to go to 27-man rosters to make room for the third catcher, the right-hand
27, not 26?
I think 27 is a good number because pitching staffs have gone from 10 to 12, so that accommodates that, and now you can have a full bench again. Managers don't have enough players on their bench.
Who the Mets have in 06? Was it Chris Woodward? He'd have to be that kind of player, you know, an infielder
really
who played in the outfield.
Well, Woodward was a shortstop coming up. The National League certainly favors versatility. No DH.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a DH guy.
No, I'm not. Not a fan.
Tell it to the commissioner.
Little looper into shallow center, and that's going to fall for a hit. So just a half swing by Satton. He's got a pinch hit single.
I love a little looper.
That's a little half swing looper. Take him any way you can get him. It's a line drive in the paper tomorrow.
Nobody reads the paper anymore, Keith. We got the internet.
That's right. Zach Wheeler with a chance for a win if the Mets can get him a run here in the fifth. Eric Young is singled and grounded out. The ground out drove in a run.
Wow. Sandoval way in anticipation of bunt. And I tell you what, I'm not so sure I would. Why are you going to bunt here?
Yeah, why bunt? I don't like the bunt.
Well, he was playing in the same spot in the first inning when Young lofted one over his head.
That's crazy. And you can get hurt. Number one. I mean, you can play in a little bit, but that's just extreme. That's like a pitcher's up. It's a fifth inning for crying out loud.
Well, we saw Blanco bunt last inning because now they can get away with trying to bunt for a base hit. If it's not a base hit, they give him a sacrifice.
But nobody would charge like you used to, Keith. Another looper. That's going to stay up for Pence. You used to charge down that line.
But only when the pitchers were up.
Jerry, he would give you directions. He'd come in from first, guy on first, pitcher bunting. And he would come in and say, listen, throw over there once, throw over there twice, and on the third time, I'm coming. So make sure you throw a strike.
Yeah, we always had that sequence of 3 pitches,
right,
so I can get a good jump on it. I was taught that in the Cardinals. So I just brought that over from St. Louis. So go to Ronnie and say throw over once, throw home twice. And if it got past 3 pitches, I'd be very upset because I got to break home. And he's not throwing strikes. That used to get me very angry.
Right.
Hot day in August, Atlanta, day game.
Wouldn't you say the Cardinals have the best baseball culture? of culture of winning in terms of the way they teach the game, the way they play the game?
And they have the tradition like the Yankees. They're the Yankees of the National League, really. The Birds, the Gas-Outs gang, Gibson, yes.
But I don't just mean winning. I mean about those subtleties of the game are taught well. Solid fundamental baseball.
Yes, in their organization, they draft well. They know how to do it. They keep doing it year in, year out.
And didn't you have a guy that was running the minors for so many years?
George Kitzel.
So they had the same person doing the same job forever.
Right, right.
They're called the field coordinators today.
Another chance for Pence, and Lagares retired, 2 out.
Well, it's the job that Terry Collins had a few years ago before he became the Mets manager. He was their minor league field coordinator, which he had done with the Dodgers as well.
All of our uniforms in the minor leagues, in the Cardinals, A-ball, had the birds in the bat with St. Petersburg, and A-ball in the Florida State League, Double-A in Little Rock and Texas League. The only league that didn't was Tulsa. Tulsa Oilers. We didn't have the Cardinal uniform.
Well, the Cardinals were the first organization to put together a farm system. That was Branch Rickey. That's when it all started. Before, most minor league teams were independent operations, and they sold players to big league teams. But the Cardinals were the first to have their own farm system. 0-2 to Murphy.
Murph didn't like that call. Yep, I knew it. He's not going to argue with the umpires, and they get you nowhere.
It's not a bad call.
It's oh boy, that looked like a strike to me.
Murphy drives one down the line. That's an extra base hit. Satin digging for third. Dug out in the corner by Pence, and Satin will have to be held at third base.
Oh, I don't think I like that play. I don't think I like that play. You got to send him.
You've been out by a mile, Jer.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You just sit back and relax.
Let's just see.
All right.
Let's just see.
I think
he's well down the third base line before Pence gets this ball. Okay. Satin, he's got the ball.
Okay,
right.
Now let's see the cutoff for the relay throw. Freeze it on the catch. Dead as a doornail.
Oh, a great throw.
Is that too old? That too trite? Passe?
No, you're right.
Who has doornails anymore?
They're going to intentionally walk Duda, and they'll pitch to Flores instead, with the bases loaded.
I saw an ad for doornails in the paper this morning.
This will be the third walk for Petit. And the Mets will have the bases loaded with Flores coming up.
Also a story about how I bombed out the night before.
There's Dave Righetti, pitching coach for the Giants. How long has Righetti been there? He's been there for ages.
14 years.
Those two guys are starting to look alike, aren't they? The same face.
So the question is, can the Mets get a lead before you take your exit here?
What's that?
Can the Mets get a lead before you take your exit?
Well, I like our chances. We got Mr. Flores up here. Handles the bat pretty well. Bases loaded.
You're not leaving us, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I you know me, I always leave a little earlier than people think I'm going to.
Well, here's the thing. You know, you were gracious enough to come and join us for these 4 innings, so we figured we'd give you a parting gift.
Oh my God! Don't tell me the ultimate bobblehead. Gary, Keith, and Ron in a picture from 1983.
Exactly.
That's nice. Let's show that on camera. We got a game moment here. This is what I call a game moment.
Would you like to call this play? This is your moment.
Wilmer Flores looking at a 1-0 count here. Trying to get something to drive. He's looking middle in, right, Keith? It's always middle in.
Well, maybe.
Oh, right back to the box. They flip it to first, and the inning is over. That's got to hurt. I don't care where you're from.
Jerry, you have an open invitation. Please come back.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Thank you, guys.
Always
Thank
great.
you.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Why don't you make
On
it
behalf of the Mets fans, what?
make it an annual thing?
Okay.
Really?
Great. I'll see you in 1 year.
You got nothing better to do.
Nothing. I'm going to go get a ribeye steak now, a real one. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Pinch hitting, and Sean Henn will make the relief appearance, his third outing.
Well, it's a specialty lefty so far since being brought up. He had a good year in the minor leagues. The well-traveled left-hander Henn looking to open some eyes here in September.
Last outing 5 days ago against the Nationals, retired the only batter he faced. He'll come in here to face Pablo Sandoval. So this is like the non-comedic portion of the show.
Yes.
Would require somewhat of an adjustment.
Can I ask a question? What was Wheeler's final pitch count?
Through 107.
Okay.
In
Thank
5
you.
innings.
Thank you, sir.
And Sandoval takes ball 1. Wheeler went 5, allowed 3 runs, 3 hits, 6 walks, 3 strikeouts. Did I say 3 runs?
Yeah.
4 runs, 3 hits. Brandon Crawford waits on deck. It's always great to have Jerry on because, let's face it, he's one of the funniest human beings on earth.
Oh,
but
yes.
it's amazing how much he knows
Yes.
about the game.
He does.
I mean, he really does watch.
And about his team, the Mets. He's locked in.
And I think in many ways he's representative of that diehard group of fans who watch all the time and live and die on every pitch. Which, after all, is why we're all here.
You know what I found interesting, and I don't know why I didn't notice this before. I've never seen Jerry live, his comedy show. Certainly I've seen all the shows, as we all have. But I didn't realize his quickness and his gift for the language. It's pretty amazing how quick he picks things up. Language-wise.
Sandoval thought he had ball 4. He did not.
Not so fast.
He never wants to walk anyway. I don't know why he even feigned going to first.
3-2 from Hen to Sandoval. And he hits it on one hop to Murphy. 1 out. Brandon Crawford coming up. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt in the Hyundai Club. His report tonight is brought to you by Hyundai.
Well, we've been talking so much about this Mets team moving forward and who can help out next year and things like that, Gary. And one of the guys that is not here now because of the injury, the sports hernia, but had a great year with Scott Rice. I called him on the phone today and asked him to reflect a little bit, if he would, on his first year in the major leagues after 14 years in the minors. And he said, I haven't been able to do that yet. I kind of feel like I'm in purgatory right now because I don't like being here watching the guys on TV. I wish I could be able to finish the year. I'm sure at some point when the year's over I'll be able to do that. He said right now my emotions just say that it's rewarding to get a chance after all these years to finally prove myself. And he said there's a couple defining moments for him, but he said early on when he got up here he certainly had some issues with some walks, and said I had this mindset after all these years in the minor leagues I had to get everybody out, like every single batter out or else. And Dan Worthen had a chat with me and said, listen, I don't care if you walk guys. The only thing I care about are zeros. And he said, it really put me at ease. It really just gave me the impression, hey, if I want to pitch around a guy, I can, or if I lose a guy, just get out of the inning. And I think it really did a lot for me. I asked him about his signature moment this year, if he could pick one. And he said, baseball to me is nostalgic, and guys, that makes sense for the journey that he's been on, right? He said, I guess if I had to pick one, it would be here at Citi Field. Second game of the Subway Series. That was the game that Harvey started. He pitched the 8th inning, a good 8th inning, got a strikeout in that inning. And then he said, just pitching that inning against the Yankees, knowing that Mariano Rivera was coming on next, and then we won the game. We scored 2 off him to win. That was a game that Duda had the game-winning. He said that was just awesome. But to me, as a walk here to Crawford, he said, being on the mound at Wrigley Field, said even just being on the mound at a place like Turner Field, where I know Greg Maddux pitched there and Tom Glavine, said that stuff meant a lot to me this year, and he pitched well, guys.
Well, he really did for a guy who waited 14 years for his chance. He really made the most of it.
I think what I was impressed about Scott Rice is that, yes, he was a little nervous to start. He had a little trouble throwing strikes. But, a lot of his balls end up in the strike zone, but they're swung at by the opposing batters because he's got a unique sink on his fastball from the left-hand side that probably the only person I've seen in the National League that has that is Johnny Venters.
Tony Abreu turns around about right-handed against Sean Hand, the pitcher. Petit out on deck. Abreu, a much better right-hand hitter than left, hitting .300 from this side of the plate. Crawford at first and 1 out in a 4-4 game in the 6th. And Hen having trouble throwing strikes. That's 6 in a row out of the zone. 2-0 to Abreu.
Here comes Murph. He's done this all season long, but especially after David Wright went down. He is the de facto kind of veteran on that field, isn't he?
By the way, speaking of David Wright, there was some thought that David would be able to play tonight or in this series. Terry Collins before the game tonight put the kibosh on that, said the soonest that David will be back will be this weekend in Philadelphia. And there's a strike. 2-1. Abreu walked and scored in the 2nd, grounded into a double play in the 4th. 7 walks tonight from Met pitching. It's not a good formula for success. Ripped, caught by Satin, and Crawford back to first. 2 out.
Well, this ball is ripped here, and great big hang with him. Nice base running by Crawford on the other end, not to get doubled up.
That's why they tell you to stay in the ready position.
Boy.
So 2 out. Now Petit will take his 3rd turn at bat. Petit walked to drive in a run in the 2nd inning. Then he was called out on strikes in the 4th. Crawford at first and 2 down. He's not a base runner, not a base stealer. Has only 1 this year. And Hen gets ahead 1-2. Angel Pagan would be next. One-two from Hen, and Petit is out on strikes. Recker makes the toss. Duda pulls it down, and that ends the inning. A walk and one left. That's come to bat in the bottom of the sixth, tied at 4. Selected for an all-star team in both the 80s and the 90s. I got one.
Yeah, because the 80s and 90s. I
got two.
You got two, huh?
I think I got two too.
1990, everything starts to go to black for me.
Matt Dendecker leads off the home sixth, and he takes ball one. Dendecker delivered an RBI single in the fourth, and then stayed in a rundown long enough for a second run to score on the play. Gave the Mets a 4-3 lead. Giants tied it in the fifth, and we've stayed tied since. Yusmeiro Petit still in there for the Giants, and the changeup bounced to first. Belt makes the play, one away. So Dendecker retired, and now Anthony Recker. Recker came in the game in the fourth inning. Travis d'Arnaud was hit in the shoulder by a foul ball and came out of the game an inning later. The Giants 4 runs and 3 hits. The Mets 4 runs and 6 hits. Petit his second start after a nearly perfect game against Arizona on the 6th of September. And you can see the deception that has led to what success he's had at this level.
And he hasn't done it as much tonight, but you can tell he's a strike thrower. He's just off for whatever reason. And we talk about Wheeler against the Giants. We don't talk about Petit against the Mets.
The only time he had ever faced the Mets before tonight was in 2006, right after he was traded from the Mets to the Marlins, 2 innings of relief. So this is the first time he's ever started against the organization that nurtured him and then traded him away 8 winters ago.
He's a big, strong kid.
It's interesting. His numbers at AAA in Fresno this year were not eye-opening. He was only 5-6 in 15 starts. But the one thing that stands out, Ronnie, is he got 87 innings pitched. He only walked 13, but gave up more hits than innings.
And he's always been that, all the way back to his success in the Mets organization way back when. Always a guy who would give up hits, but never walk anybody.
I'm going to ask some of the hitters tomorrow, but he looks like the kind of pitcher that I bet you his fastball is very heavy. And what does that mean? It just, when you make contact, it's not like you make good contact.
Oh, and 2 to Recker, and he takes up high. And Recker lunges for one and lines it to left. That drops in for a base hit. They're reaching for the curveball. Recker has the Mets' 7th hit.
Well, Recker continues. Rigetti on the phone to the bully. When Recker gets an opportunity to play, he's getting his hits.
Here's Tejada, who doubled and scored the first men run. He grounded out to short in the 4th.
You and Jerry were celebrating your 20th anniversary of the show that you did on Seinfeld. Rigetti, 30 years since his no-hitter in a Yankee uniform.
July 4th, 1983. Into shallow right where Pence is waiting. And Tejada retired 2 out.
Those are troubling at bats for Ruben. I know that's just one at bat and it's hard to judge, but you know what? Sometimes you put yourself in a position where September at bats you're going to be judged by, and that's a hard place to be, but that's the reality.
So Josh Sutton gets his 2nd at bat of the night. Dropped a single in the center field in the 5th. Gene Machie is up in the bullpen for the Giants. Talk about big guys.
Yeah, right?
No.
And Satin pulls one down to 3rd. Sandoval handles the hop, and that retires the side. 6 in the books now at Citi Field. Mets and Giants still tied at 4. Mills, plus a preview of tomorrow's Mets-Giants game with live reports from Citi Field on Daily News Live, presented by Citi, tomorrow at 5 p.m. only on SNY. Fourth time around the batting order for the Giants. Angel Pagan has been on 3 straight times tonight, 2 walks and an RBI single. He's also scored a run. All of that against Zach Wheeler. Now he'll face Sean Henn for the first time, so Pagan will turn around about right-handed. Pagan, Blanco, and Belt to start the 7th inning for San Francisco. Henn starts his 2nd inning and gets a strike on Pagan. Well, in the wild National League Central race, the Cardinals are up 2-0 on the Rockies in the 3rd with the secret weapon Joe Kelly on the mound. He lost his last start, but he's been pretty much money in the bank coming down the stretch for the Cards. Pagan went around on the swing, and it's 0-2. Meanwhile, the Pirates are down 5-2 to San Diego in the 7th. Eric Stoltz started that game for the Padres. Jed Jerko has a homer and 3 RBIs. Cardinals and Pirates started the day tied for the lead in the NL Central with the Reds 2.5 back. Cincinnati's got the walkover going in Houston, up 9-0 in the 4th.
Looks like Leake is going to win another game.
Jay Bruce has his 30th home run in that game for the Reds. And if Houston loses that game, it'll be their 100th loss. They would have 11 games left to go.
So 4 or 5 consecutive seasons. Just, man.
There are brighter days ahead for the Astros, but they're at a rock bottom state right now. 2-2 now to Pagan.
Forfeit.
You ever seen one?
I haven't done that.
The last one I remember was Disco Demolition Night.
Well, there you go. For you folks at home, if there is a forfeit, the score is 9-0.
That was what, 1979, I think? It was also a forfeit when the Senators moved to Texas. The last game that the Senators played at home, the fans tore up the ballpark, and they had to forfeit that game.
Oh, how about disco night in old Bill Veck at Comiskey?
That was in between double headers, though, wasn't it?
Yep. Between games, the doubleheader, and they had to forfeit the 2nd game. 3rd straight year, by the way, for the Astros with 100 losses. Pagan launches one to deep left field. Back goes Young, looking up, and it's out of here. 4th home run of the year for Angel Pagan, and it gives the Giants a 5-4 lead. So Pagan coming back to New York has had a big night. 2 walks, an RBI single, and now a home run.
Well, Pagan knew he got this one right off the bat, literally. No pun intended. He crushed it. Little cutter right down the middle, and that wound up a home run in the old ballpark. Right on the fat of the bat.
A roar from the crowd. There's a lot of Giant fans here tonight.
There really are. That whole 3rd base side, there are folks wearing burnt orange, not Mets orange.
Here's the swing, hands back. Well. Oh. Got some fans here. The Giants have really done remarkably.
Blanco falls with a base hit.
You consider, Ronnie, that when we played, the Giants were at Candlestick Park. They drew nobody.
Yeah.
And what they've done to create their fan base, now they've got a solid following. I talked to Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper do the TV next to the booth next to us, and they said that they've got this following in San Francisco. There they are. By the way, that's a very fine broadcast too. It's one of the best broadcasts in the league in baseball.
It's Mike Krukow seen and Dwayne Kuiper unseen.
But they've developed a fan base, and kudos to that organization.
there was a time a couple of decades ago when it looked almost certain as though the Giants were going to leave.
Yes.
They were all set to go to St. Petersburg.
St. Petersburg, you're right. Was that when Bob Lurie was the owner?
Right. And they were rescued and eventually were able to build their downtown stadium. And really from that point on, they have been baseball's model franchise.
Well, they had to get rid of Candlestick Park. They had to get out of there.
Brandon Belt is 1 for 3.
I was living in the Bay Area then, and it was interesting to hear them. It was the first time I had heard the word microclimates or microclimate, about how moving it to China Basin would change everything about the stadium, the weather, the wind. And I was skeptical, to say the least, but they were right, big time.
Well, they did the one thing they did about that ballpark was they knew that wind was going to come over from the ocean across one of the 7 hills there and come blow into the ocean, which was where the right field fence, or the bay, excuse me. So they cemented. There's no breezeway that goes down the left field line. It's all cemented off, so the wind goes over the stadium.
Right.
So
if you go in the concession stands, behind the stands, the wind blows like a hurricane. But inside the bowl of the stadium, there's no wind at all.
Correct. So they planned that perfectly, because it's still cold in that ballpark. We go there, Garrett, and they're wearing sweaters and jackets, but Candlestick, folks, was so miserable to watch a game.
Well, they sold Charles Feeney a white elephant, didn't they?
Well, they Horace Stoneham.
Excuse me.
They took him out, evidently, they said, for lunch or early breakfast.
Galt pops it up, and Satin tracks it.
I should know the name of the mayor, but the guy that owned the land was a dump site where they built that stadium, and it was a good buddy of the mayor's. And the mayor, while he wined and dined Horace Stoneham in the morning, because they're going to have a pitching change, took him out before noon in the morning, before the fog rolled in the afternoon. Said, what a great spot.
Smart. Wind started to blow about 2:30 every day. By then, they'd already made the deal. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Scott Atchison in for the Mets. We'll be right back. Scott Atchison comes in to face Buster Posey with 1 out and 1 on.
Tough task here, keeping Blanco close. You see his numbers, inherited runners stranded, but more importantly has to face the best hitter in the Giant lineup, Buster Posey.
Tough night for Posey so far. 0 for 3. One of those ground balls drove in a run. Posey's been playing with a fracture to the tip of his finger on his throwing hand. Suffered on a foul ball while he was catching, but he's been able to play with it the last few days after sitting out a couple. You have to think that affects your swing, doesn't it? But
I don't know.
Tip fracture on your finger.
I've never had any broken bones on my. I broke my ulna. My right arm, my right forearm is the ulna, and when I was in '73, and actually, I'm sorry, '72, my first year in the last game of spring training, right to start the season. Yankees lost, by the way.
It's R.A. Dickey throwing 7 scoreless innings. Toronto beat the Yankees 2-0. It's 13 wins now for Dickey in what has been otherwise a less than thrilling first year north of the border. Blanco got a huge jump, but Posey grounds one to short, and Tejada throws him out as Blanco takes second. Blanco could have stolen the base standing up, but there were 2 strikes on the batter. There's Larry Baer, who is the principal partner now for the Giants.
Well, he was asked about the Giants and the difficult season this year. He laughed it off and said, "We're an even-year team now." They won in 2010 and 2012.
You know what? If you can win a World Series every 2 years, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, right.
Larry was the one that came into our booth in September. I mean, not September, earlier in the summer.
Well, he's been a prominent executive in that Giants organization for a long time, but has moved up the ranks, and now is really the chief of the whole shebang.
Extremely personable. Yeah. It's nice talking baseball because he has that great combination of not only as an executive, but he's also a fan too.
Well, he gets marketing. I mean, they do everything right there. They do a fantastic job. Pence fouls it off. They've got great broadcasts. They've got great facilities. They've got a beautiful ballpark. They do PR right. They get it. You know, the music in the ballpark is great. The Giants just they put on a great show. Plus, they have the prettiest setting of any ballpark anywhere,
right?
With the bay in the background and the occasional seagull. I saw a few of those when we were out there. Pence takes it outside, 2-1.
Well, when they won the World Series in 2010, the first game was in San Francisco, and in the 3rd inning, Tony Bennett came out and in between innings sang "I Left My Heart in San Francisco."
Wonderful.
Wow.
Well, the Mets played a playoff series against the Giants the first year of that ballpark when it was known as Pac-Bell Park. And Mets were fortunate to get out of there with a split in the first 2 games. Remember, Franco struck out Bonds to end the second game. There's the 1-1, the 2-2, and it's taken high, and full count now to Pence.
Well, Hutchinson throwing hard. Go ahead, Keith.
No, we had that long extra inning game there, that series that went into the wee hours, remember? And the Seagulls got impatient.
Oh, the 16-inning game.
Yes, and they wanted.
Ronnie remembers he was in the studio then. Did the postgame.
I remember getting home at 5:15 or 5:30, and I was trying to explain myself to my family why I was arriving at 5:15 or 5:30 in the morning from work.
I left tickets for a couple friends that were up in Santa Rosa, and they drove home. They left early in the game. When they got home in Santa Rosa, which is a hike, the game was still on.
Again, the 3-2, and Pence goes down swinging to end the inning. Nice job by Atchison, coming in and getting 2 outs. But the Giants go in front. The former Met, Angel Pagan, with his 4th home run of the year. 7th inning stretch at Citi Field, and the Giants go in front 5-4. prefer for relievers, and more than 2/3 of you like the bullpen card.
I love it. So do I, folks.
Well, some of our younger fans probably never saw a bullpen card until we showed the
Tugger,
the picture of it with Tug McGraw.
Remember Tugger coming out of there? He'd throw his glove to the bat boy, whoever it was.
They just need to get a golf cart. We can get Jay Horowitz's hat. We'll just put it right on top of there. Perfect.
Gene Michie comes in to pitch in the bottom of the 7th for the Giants.
Well, fastball throws between 90 and 93 miles an hour. A little sinking action, a little fork ball. His only problem is that sometimes control. He nibbles a little too much around the strike zone. Gets himself in trouble getting behind the hitters.
That's why he spent part of this season in the minor leagues. Mets will have the top of the batting order, 4th time around. Eric Young 1 for 3, singled to lead off the 1st inning, stole his 39th base of the year, later drove in a run with a ground out. And again, Sandoval comes way in at 3rd base.
Now this, I can understand it here, even at first baseman's in. But that's a little extreme. But then again, Sandoval doesn't move all that great with that extra poundage.
Little flare to the left side, backhanded by Crawford, 1 away.
I like watching him play short. I don't know about you guys.
He's very sure-handed. He's got good hands, good soft hands, in between hop. It's almost like a first baseman on a scoop from the bottom up. There you go.
What's interesting is that we've said this before, but the series against the Mets in San Francisco, he struggled a little bit defensively.
Well, everybody struggles from time to time. How about the play Anderson Simmons made today against the Nationals?
The play he didn't make, right? He's been as sure-handed as anyone in the game.
2 outs, 1-run lead, ground ball right between the wickets that brought in the tying and winning runs. Juan Lagares 0 for 3 tonight, now 0 for his last 17. By the way, that error for Simmons served to snap Craig Kimbrell's save streak at 37, the longest in Braves history. And then the Nats swept that doubleheader with a 4-0 win tonight behind Tanner Roark, who went 7 terrific innings. Javier Lopez up in the Giants bullpen. So the Braves could have clinched the division by winning both the games. Instead, they lose both, and their magic number stays at 4. Gonzalez Herman up in the Mets bullpen. Mets with 4 runs and 7 hits. The Giants 5 runs and 5 hits. The Mets have gone 11 straight games without scoring more than 4 runs. Trying to snap that string tonight. 2-2. It's a good shot. We haven't had that one too often before.
That's a great shot. A little high elevated.
Curveball got him.
Really see that ball start right at Lagares and bend over the plate.
Our director Bill Webb is constantly on the cutting edge of technology. Curveball froze him. Once you bring your hands in, it's toast.
2 out and nobody on. Bruce Bochy wants a left-hander to face Daniel Murphy, so he'll bring in the veteran Javier Lopez. Giants with a 1-run lead in the 7th. We'll be right back. 36-year-old southpaw Javier Lopez into his 65th game.
65th game, and just has done an outstanding job ever since he's put on the Giant uniform as their specialty lefty.
Daniel Murphy 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. He drove a double down the right field line in the 5th inning. Murphy 1 for 5 against Javier Lopez.
Lopez is tough because he drops down. He's not a side armor, but it's almost like the ball, if you're a left-handed hitter, is coming behind you.
It's the fastball over for a strike, 1-1. Murphy gets on, another left-hand hitter to follow in Duda, and behind Duda is the pitcher's spot.
Lopez thought he had that one.
Murphy batting with 2 out and nobody on. Mets down by a run in the 7th. And he bounces one toward the middle. Abreu on the backhand. And the cross-body throw nicely done to get Murphy. On to the 8th we go. 5-4 Giants. Harvey mobile game from MLB.com. Available on iPhone and iPad and select Android devices. Download free today. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Too little, too late.
Gonzalez Herman will pitch the 8th inning for New York.
Well, nice job by Atchison to get out of that inning. He looked the best he's looked all season long. Herman now here to try to keep this a 1-run game.
Herman worked 2 innings on Sunday against the Marlins and struck out 5 batters in his 2 innings. We'll face Pablo Sandoval, Brandon Crawford, and Tony Abreu for the Giants in the 8th. Sandoval 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. Zach Wheeler started for the Mets, went 5 innings. Wheeler allowed 4 runs, only 3 hits, but 6 walks and 3 strikeouts. Took him 107 pitches to get through 5. Sean Henn is on the hook in this game. He went an inning and a third, gave up the Pagan home run that put the Giants back in front. Santiago Casilla is up in the Giants bullpen. He sets things up for Sergio Romo. Brandon Crawford on deck. Fastball high, 2-2 to Sandoval. Keith, you were talking the other day about the angle of Hermen's hand on his changeup. Have you seen any difference?
I did not see him throw the last time out when he struck out the 5, Gary, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Quick pitch to Sandoval, and he fouls it away.
You know, the only thing about Herman, and I don't know if you agree with this, Keith, but he's got a good enough fastball to throw it more. Like, he has the pitches to put people away with his good changeup and slider, but I think sometimes he throws too many of those.
Well,
you know?
I think what happened to Herman is that when he came up, Ron, and no one knew who the heck he was or what he threw, that he had that great changeup, which he does, and he had success with it, and then he forgot about his fastball. Yeah. Second time around, people kind of get a bead of you and realize, okay, he's got a great changeup. He likes to throw it.
So I guess with Herman, if you're taking an at bat, what are you thinking? Get the ball up.
If he throws his fastball as much as his changeup, I mean, it just depends. I'd have to get up the plate. I like the changeup. I never minded an off-speed pitch. But if a guy had an exceptional one, you can kind of crowd the plate, make him noticeable that you crowded the plate, and try to bait him into throwing the fastball in. You know, it's the kind of the cat and mouse you can play with a pitcher, or vice versa.
8th pitch of the at bat to Sandoval, and he fouls off another.
So he throws hard. I mean, a 93, 94 is plenty.
Working hard on Sandoval. And he walked him. That is 8 walks by Met pitchers tonight. And the 4th one that's led off an inning.
Well, the 6 by Wheeler, and he had the 1 bad inning where he just could not command his fastball.
And they're going to pinch runner for Sandoval. Francisco Peguero will be the pinch runner. There he is.
It's with Roberto Kelly, the first base coach for the Giants.
Former Yankee, Cincinnati Reds, San Francisco Giant. I believe Roberto is from Panama. Am I right? I'm not sure on that. Let me check. I think I'm correct on that.
Here's Brandon Crawford, who has singled and walked today, 1 for 2.
Yes, Panama City, Panama.
Good call. Watch the hit and run here. A lot of signs being given by Flannery, third base coach.
Roberto Kelly very famously was traded by the Yankees to Cincinnati for Paul O'Neill.
Oh.
One of the best deals the Yankees ever made. No offense to Mr. Kelly.
No, Paul O'Neill came into his own in the Yankee uniform.
Yeah, he was a good player in Cincinnati, but he became a great player in New York.
I'll never forget the at bat, the single, probably the best at bat, that most clutch at bat that he had that year when he came up with the crazy left-hander for Atlanta, with the bad temper.
Oh, Rocker.
Rocker was at the height, top of his game, and he bases. The runners were in scoring position. Infield was in, and he got a base hit.
Crawford hits it well to left center, but Lagares should have room. And gets it on the warning track for the first out. Peguero back to first.
I forget which game it was, but it was such a clutch hit late in the game, and it won the game. And it was just, that showed me something. That was a big at bat for Paul.
Of course, he also had that at bat against Armando Benitez, game 1 of the World Series in 2000. Through the walk that set up the Yankees tying rally in the 9th.
Everybody got on Paul for he was a temperamental, and he would throw his helmet, and I never minded that.
It meant he cared.
He was just a fiery guy, temperamental, nothing wrong with that.
There's Tony Abreu, 1 out and 1 on.
He was a winner. the ultimate compliment you can give an athlete, I think.
I thought the highlight of his career was when he was playing in Cincinnati and the ball dropped in right field. He didn't handle it well and he kicked it back into the infield.
That's right. He held the runner at third.
Right on target. Best soccer play in baseball history. And on a Seinfeldian note, he also hit 2 home runs for Kramer and almost hit a third. There goes the runner. The throw to second base by Recker, not in time. And Pregame has a stolen base.
Well, nice job by Recker. That ball's down. He got rid of it quickly in a perfect throw. Pregame just got too good of a jump and good call as he beat the play.
Well, Pregame in there for his legs, steals his second base.
Just got in there. I love that super slow. It's great, right?
There's the good changeup by Herman. 1-1 to Abreu. Abreu 0 for 2 and a walk today. Last time up, though, he had a bullet. A line drive that sat and caught at third. That was batting right-handed. Now back from the left side, which is his weaker side. Came into the day hitting just 172 from this side of the plate. And he lines one over short for a base hit. That'll go up the gap and all the way to the wall. Pregame scores. Into second goes Abreu with an RBI double, and the Giants stretch their lead to 6-4.
Well, nice hitting. Fastball up. Outside corner, but belt high. And that's how you hit a ball away. You just drive it into that gap in the opposite field.
So Pregame steals a base, comes in on the double by Abreu. Now Hector Sanchez, the backup catcher, will be a pinch hitter.
Well, the Giant fans are chanting in here. Wow.
They are numerous.
And usually we're on the road and we hear "Let's go Met" chants.
Well, the Giant fans have a lot of baseball to attend here in New York this week. Giants play this series against the Mets, and then they go to the Bronx to play 3 this weekend.
Well, they got a week in the city.
Yeah.
Oh boy! How come we never had a road trip like that?
I was just thinking, if you're a fan of a team, is it getting better than that?
No.
Travel from San Francisco to New York, watch the game at night, and enjoy New York during the day.
Boy, you'd be a player. You'd be lucky to walk out alive after the week.
The question with the fans, though, is do they wear the panda hats out on the town in New York or just to the ballpark?
They fit right in.
If there's any town you can get away with having a panda on your head, it would be here, I'm sure.
Well, Greenwich Village Halloween Parade isn't for another month and a half. 2-0 to Sanchez, the switch hitting catcher. And a 2-0 changeup, swung and missed.
Okay. I can tell you, as a San Franciscan, in all those lean years, to see this kind of enthusiasm from the fan base for the Giants is just, it's nice to see. Because predominantly the 17 years I played, the Giants were El Stinkeroni and had no one in the ballpark.
Rice-a-roni, Stinkeroni, so San Francisco treat. I get it. Usually Stinkowski, okay.
That's more of a St. Louis thing. Angel Pagan's already had a big night. He's waiting on deck. Giants have added a run against Herman after a leadoff walk here in the 8th. And Sanchez clubs one out to left. And Young is there. Back to second goes Abreu, 2 out. Let's check in with the studio. Gary Apple standing by for a game break presented by Nissan. It's a new Orioles record for Davis.
Wow.
One more than Brady Anderson.
What a year.
So Baltimore, which began the day 2 games out in the wild card. That's the Travis d'Arnaud hat, the upside down P. Angel Pagan has had a big night, an RBI single, a home run, a couple of walks. Hit the home run batting right-handed against Sean Henn in the 7th. That was his first right-handed home run of the year. He's hit 3 as a left-hand batter. Change up for a strike. Looks like Texas is finally going to win a game after losing 7 in a row. They're up 7-1 on Tampa Bay going to the bottom of the 9th.
Ron Washington came out in the paper saying that he fears for his job now, which was, you don't hear a manager say that too often in the heat of a pennant race.
Not a good thing to be saying this time.
No.
Should not be about you. 2-1 to Pagan.
I thought he could have lost his job when he didn't bring in a left-hander to face Berkman, Lance Berkman, and let him hit left-handed in that World Series.
That's right. That kind of broken bat humpback liner over the second baseman's head.
You got to make Berkman battle right-handed.
Oh, he should have taken Nelson Cruz out for defense too. Too high. 3-1 to Pagan. Also in that wild card race tonight, Kansas City leads Cleveland 3-1 in the 6th. Cleveland started the day a half game behind Texas for that second wild card spot. Kansas City 2.5 back. I mean, that race has gotten really crazy, especially with Texas's stumbles over the last week. 3-1 from Herman, and Pagan hits this one deep to right center. Back goes Dedecker near the wall, and it's off the fence. In to score is Abreu, and all the way to third goes Pagan. What an enormous night for Angel Pagan back in New York. 2 walks, a single, a home run, and now a triple. His 3rd triple of the year, and it's 7-4 San Francisco.
Well, Dedecker just can't get to this one. It's off the top of the wall. Almost out of here. And Pagan, one of the good guys, so he's having himself a nice return in New York. Gary, I'll never forget that time that the Mets, they got a pitching change here when the Mets visited the wounded soldiers in Washington D.C. What Angel did that visit was just extraordinary.
Yep, it was phenomenal. He was front and center. Big night for Pagan and the Giants. They're up 7-4 in the 8th. We'll be right back. Burdack would be the Mets' 5th pitcher of the night.
See Tim Burdack's numbers so far this year. It's been kind of a drag for Burdack. He's had a hard time throwing his breaking ball, making it as sharp as it was before his operation.
Comes in faced Gregor Blanco with a runner at 3rd and 2 out. 2 runs home for the Giants here in the 8th. The Giants led 3-0. The Mets went in front 4-3, but San Francisco with a run in the 5th, a run in the 7th, and now 2 home in the 8th. And Angel Pagan has been responsible for much of that. Got a leadoff walk in the 5th, scored, hit a home run in the 7th to give the Giants the lead, and now an RBI triple here in the 8th. All documented right there. Always nice to see a fan with a scorecard.
In pen.
And no WW.
And let me tell you, it was doing a scorecard in pens like doing the New York Times crossword puzzle in pen. It's
Guilty.
confidence.
Guilty. There's a strike. 3-1. Burdack's last outing was Friday night against Miami. Faced just one batter, gave up a double to Christian Yelich. And here Blanco pops one up into shallow right. And Dendecker comes on to grab it. That retires the side, but not before the Giants add a pair. 7-4 San Francisco as we go to the bottom of the 8th. The official burger of the New York Mets. Changes for the Giants. Joaquin Arias, a former Met, comes in to play 3rd base. And on the pitch is Santiago Casilla.
Well, it was one of the big injuries for the Giants this year. Casilla missed 47 games with a cyst on his right knee. Last year when Brian Wilson went down, he was the closer for a while. Struggled a little bit, but you can see his numbers outstanding when he's been in there this year.
Lucas Duda leads off for New York in the 8th inning. And Duda takes a fastball for a strike. Lucas has walked twice tonight, also lined out to second base 0 for 1. The pitcher's spot is due up next, and Mike Baxter is out on deck to pinch hit. Casilla misses with the slider. 1-1. There's Baxter on deck. Den Decker behind him. The Giants 7 runs, 7 hits. The Mets 4 runs and 7 hits. We're in the bottom of the 8th.
Garcia throws a sinking fastball, curveball, slider, change. He will use all 4 pitches, which makes him a little unique for a guy that sets up Sergio Romo.
And Duda pops one foul. Posey takes a look, but that's out of play. 2-2. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. We asked who are the 3 Mets to be selected for an all-star team in the 80s and 90s. Doc and Darrell are 2 of them, right?
Right. Hojo? Did Hojo make it in 89? Oh, Mr. Conehead. Howard got in there.
Doc never made an all-star team in the 90s?
It's not.
Really?
Wow.
How about that?
I was right about Howard.
Good job. Would not have gotten Coney. That's a good one.
Should have gotten Coney. Should have known better.
It's hard, though, pitchers on a team because I remember in the 80s it was hard to make the team because you were always an all-star. Carter was always an all-star. Strawberry was already an all-star. In those days, it's hard to get 5 or 6 people on the team.
3-2 to Duda leading off in the home 8th. And he taps one foul.
Seems like this is the first night, if you weren't prepared, it could be cold in the stands. It's a little chilly.
This is not windy.
No, it's not windy. And it's not even cold, but if you weren't prepared, you know that first time it gets cold, it always feels cold.
Right about 60 degrees. Again, the 3-2 to Duda, and he flies this one into shallow center. And Pagan is there. 1 out. So Duda retired, 1 out in the home 8th, and now Mike Baxter will be the pinch hitter, batting for the pitcher in the 5th spot of the batting order. Well, Jerry's Familia, who has been out since early June after undergoing elbow surgery, ready to make his first appearance since his return. This is a guy nobody expected to come back this year after bone chips were removed first week in June. Baxter appeared as a pinch hitter Sunday and struck out in the 9th inning of that 12-inning Met win over the Marlins. Ball and a strike to Mike. Den Decker waiting on deck. One from Casilla. And it's a tie, 2-1. The Dodgers got 4 against Patrick Corbin before an out was recorded in the first. Dodgers with a magic number of 4 for clinching the National League West after losing 2-1 to the Diamondbacks last night. And that fastball just missed. 3-1. And Baxter takes a strike. 3-2. Final in Pittsburgh, the Padres have beaten the Pirates 5-2. So that gives the Cardinals a chance to go a game in front with a win tonight. St. Louis is blowing out Colorado 8-0 in the 5th. So the Cardinals look like they'll step back out in front of that NL Central. Down to the bottom of the 9th in Boston. 2 out, and the Orioles an out away from getting a key victory in that American League wild card race.
Their closer Johnson, though, has struggled all season long.
Also a final in Tampa Bay. Texas wins 7-1. So now the Rangers and Rays are tied for the top wild card spot. Here's ball 4, and Baxter works out a walk. So the Mets have a 1-out base runner in the 8th. Here's Matt Den Decker, who drove in a run with a base hit in the 4th. He's 1 for 3 on the night. Tim Lincecum, free agent at the end of the year, not pitching in this series. Nets will see Matt Cain tomorrow, Madison Bumgarner on Thursday. The news before the game today was all about Matt Harvey and his decision to embark on a throwing program for the next 6 to 8 weeks to try and get his elbow healthy enough that he will not require Tommy John surgery. Of course, that's still very much up in the air as the Mets head toward the postseason. And what makes it more fascinating is how it will affect Sandy Alderson's plans. If you don't know if you have Harvey or not, how do you proceed? Do you try and fill that spot anyway, taking the view of you can't count on him? Or do you roll the dice and say, well, we expect him to be there. We're not going to trade for a pitcher, not going to sign a free agent pitcher. That takes you back to Lincecum and whether he might be on the Mets' radar. It was interesting because Sandy said a couple of weeks ago that the Mets would have to approach the offseason looking to bring in a veteran pitcher. He said something sort of different today when he and Matt Harvey appeared at a press conference. Den Decker went around, and that's strike 3, and that's the second out of the inning.
Good call there by home plate umpire
Boy,
Jimmy Wolf.
He put Den Decker in the hole on 2 really questionable knee-high outside corner strikes. So Den Decker didn't say a word, which impressed me. He could have griped at 1 or 2 of those calls.
Final in Boston, the Orioles beat the Red Sox 3-2.
So what did Sandy say different today, Gary?
Well, he was asked how this affects the Mets postseason planning, and he said he didn't think it would affect it at all, which is a little different than what he said a couple of weeks ago. I think that part of that is you don't want to go out publicly and say, hey, we have a need, because it changes the dynamic of whatever market you're in.
What you're going to get and how much it's going to cost you.
Exactly.
Got it.
Recker 1 for 2 after he came in to replace Travis d'Arnaud. Took a foul ball off his right shoulder early in the game. And a check swing foul 0-2. But of course there is uncertainty. I mean, if Harvey is able to rehab the elbow and pitch next year, it's a completely different dynamic than if he rehabs the elbow for 2 months, then decides to have the surgery. By then, you're in November, approaching December. Can you wait that long to decide whether you need to make a move for a pitcher?
To me, it seems like the pitchers are out there well into February at times. Kyle Loesch is a good example. Didn't sign till right before spring training. They'll be out there.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Castilla sends us to the 9th. 7-4 Giants. All right, guys, now Jerry's Familia for the first time since May the 8th will pitch in a major league game.
Well, I think this is really encouraging to see him come back, and whether he gets 1 appearance or 5 appearances, just to see him come back. I think even for your own sanity, that you work that hard to get that elbow sound again, come out here and throw a couple innings and go into spring training on a good note for next year.
Talking to Jay Reese the other day, he said that he went through all of spring training in the first part of the season without the bone chips bothering him at all. But you know how that works. They move around a little bit, and all of a sudden it becomes a problem.
I had a couple of operations for bone chips, and what happens is that they call them floating, and they float around your elbow, and then occasionally they get lodged up against the nerve, and that's when it becomes a little bit of a problem.
So Familia, who helped the Savannah Sand Gnats win the South Atlantic League Championship while he was on rehab, will throw his first pitch in the big leagues in more than 4 months to Brandon Belt, who fouls off the 95-mile-an-hour sinker, 0-1.
Isn't that a little unfair, running a major leaguer down to the little small A-ball league, help you win a championship? That's isn't that like what do they call it in basketball when you have a
ringer?
A ringer? I mean, please, got to be a law against that.
Well, in the Mets' defense, it was the only team left playing. On comes Lagares, but it'll drop for a base hit to Bell. So Bell with a leadoff single in the 9th. You know, if they had if Las Vegas was still playing, obviously they would have sent him there, but they needed to get him some more rehab appearances, and that was the only place to go.
All right, just checking.
But I don't disagree with your premise.
Is it fair to those kids that have played a whole season down there that would, nice to win a championship in A-ball? You know, you were in the minor leagues once. They run a ringer at you like that?
Here's Posey, who's grounded out 4 times tonight. One of them drove in a run. And Familia falls behind Posey 2-0 with Hunter Pence waiting on deck.
Maybe at your picnic you can get Usain Bolt for the potato sack race.
I'm just making an observation.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers can help you out in flag football. 3-0 to Posey. Well, you're 0 for 4. Your team's up by 3 runs. Green light 3-0, right?
I don't think he'll be swinging 3-0.
You could. It's only a 3-run ball game.
I don't think he knows Familia enough to swing 3-0.
Well, ball 4 anyway. So first 2 men are on against Familia in the 9th.
We never talk about that, but a familiarity with the pitcher goes into swinging 3-0 or not.
That is 9 walks given up by Met pitching, which matches the season high. June 15th against the Cubs, the Mets walked 9. And now they've walked 9 more tonight. First 6 by Wheeler, Hen, Herman, and now Familia have each walked 1. Here's Pence, who's 0 for 3 in a walk.
The hottest hitter in the ballpark, and he's hitless.
We mentioned that Pence is the first Giant ever, New York or San Francisco, to drive in 19 runs in a 6-game span. The last major leaguer to drive in a run in 6 straight games with 19 RBIs in those 6 games, Don Mattingly, when he had his streak of, what was it, 8 straight home runs, 8 straight games with a home run back in '87.
Well, that best the record of Dale Long, I believe, is consecutive games.
Griffey also.
Griffey did it too?
Yeah. Joaquin Arias getting ready for his first turn at bat. Waiting on deck. is throwing hard. 95, 96 miles an hour. Terry Collins has always felt as though Familia has a chance to be a very important piece in the back end of the Mets bullpen. And that was certainly the plan for this year had his elbow not acted up. He's ahead on Pence, 1-2. Up the middle, sneaks through for a base hit. Dealt around third, heads for the plate. Lagares' throw is a poor one. And hits off the backstop and comes right back to Record. Posey goes to third. Pence with an RBI single, his 20th RBI in the last 7 games. And it's now 8-4 San Francisco.
Well, I think he breaks his bat here and just hits it in the right spot. And you never see Lagares throw a moonshot. It's the first one he's overthrown all year. Usually he is spot on, accurate, hitting the cutoff man.
They'll charge an error to Lagares, allowing Posey to go to third.
Sloppy game.
So now Joaquin Arias will bat for the first time. Arias took over at third base after Sandoval was taken out for a pinch runner. And that one skips away from Recker, and down to second goes Pence. So it just gets a little uglier. Wild pitch charge to Familia.
Well, Recker didn't get any much movement there. So a little slow reacting. You can see no Seidel over to get the body in front.
So now the Mets bring the infield in, already down 8-4. David Aardsma up in the bullpen. 1-0 the count to Arias with runners second and third and nobody out. And the breaking ball in for a strike.
These are the runs that are so important in the game, right? Those add-on runs once you get a lead, and the Giants have done a nice job of it tonight.
You kind of take the starch out of the other team,
right?
Well, the Mets led this game 4-3. The Giants have now scored 5 unanswered runs in 4 different innings. Arias bangs one off his leg. Joaquin Arias spent some time as a Met in 2010. If you remember, the Mets traded away Jeff Francoeur at the trading deadline and got Arias in return from Texas.
I'll never forget. He was on his couch and they traded for him, and he came over. Francoeur went to Texas, and he was an infielder. In his first game, they put him in the outfield. I mean, it was just, literally off the couch into a position he never played.
Which I believe to this date is the only game he's ever played in the outfield. He chases that pitch out of the strike zone for a strike 3. So Familia has his first out.
Good slider here from Jay Reese. Starts it right on the plate and bends it off.
Sandy Rosario up in the bullpen for the Giants. So with a non-save situation pending, no Sergio Romo, he is sat down. Brandon Crawford, the batter. He's singled, walked, flied out twice. 1 for 3. Posey at third, Pence at first with 1 out, and a run already in for the Giants here in the night. A let's go Giants chant. Met fans trying in vain to shout them down.
And they're getting a little bit of their own mustard.
Crawford, who grew up a Giants fan, his dad was a season ticket holder for the Giants.
That's right. Honestly, grew up in Pleasanton, California, which is the East Bay, which is closer to the Oakland A's.
For now.
Yeah.
So they move to San Jose one of these
wherever
days.
they go, right?
Yeah. Well, that's an ongoing saga. The Mets are scheduled to visit Oakland next year.
Oakland and Seattle, right?
And Anaheim.
I've never been to the Seattle ballpark, so I'm hoping I'm on that trip.
It's beautiful. Mets are going there right after the All-Star break next year to Safeco Field. And Familia gets the breaking ball in for a strike, 2-1. Let's go to Anaheim on their first road trip next year. So after going to Minnesota and Colorado on the first trip this year, next year it's Atlanta, Anaheim, Phoenix. So Major League Baseball listened.
Yeah.
After the horror that the Mets had to go through in April this year. Way outside, 3-1 to Crawford.
Nice trip. The desert will be beautiful in April.
I can't recall the last time we went to Arizona early in the year. We're usually there in August when it's 120.
The only thing I remember about our trips now to Arizona is that they close half the hotel. That's how hot it is. So, that's not good.
We'll be there in high season.
Got a trip to Seattle, too, next year.
Familia behind 3-1. And he walked him. The bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning for Familia. I don't know how far they'll push him in his first appearance. That's why they have Ardsma up in the bullpen. He's going to get one more batter. Tony Abreu, the switch hitting second baseman, is coming up.
I always remember that Biltmore hotel in Arizona. Was able to have a chat one night with Robert Plant, of all people.
Really?
Standing there by himself, just chilling. And I said, and I don't usually feel this way, but I was like, got to say hi to Robert Plant.
Well, Terry is going to make a move. So Familia, after facing 5 batters, will come out of his first game since coming back from the DL, and David Ardsma will replace him. We'll be right back.
See David's numbers. I was talking about to Keith in between the break and Gary about the Familia. Boy, the stuff's there, throwing hard, good slider. Just some of the stuff we saw early in the year. Hard for him to throw strikes consistently.
Tony Abreu will bat with the bases loaded and 1 out. Abreu had an RBI double his last time up in the 8th. Posey at third, Pence at second, Crawford at first with 1 out. Ardsma last pitched on Saturday, got 1 batter out in the first game of the doubleheader against Miami. And a good cut by Abreu as he fouls it back. Roger Kieschnick has come out on deck to be a pinch hitter.
Well,
and Abreu takes inside, a ball and a strike. Now the 1-1, and it's ripped. Foul.
Oh,
nice grab.
Don't worry, it's Anthony. Anthony's all world down there.
Anthony gets the goal.
Oh, he's good fielder. Makes it look easy too.
Got people to protect down there, and he does a great job.
He's the best. They got the ball dudes in San Francisco. There's no way they can handle that shot.
He looks very nice in that double flap helmet.
The Victorino look. One and 2 to Tony Abreu. And Ardsmith sails that one. 2-2. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-2 to Abreu. And the breaking ball misses. Full count. There's already been 1 bases loaded walk drawn by the Giants in this game, and that was by the pitcher Yusmeiro Petit back in the second against Zach Wheeler. Now Ardsmith's gone to a 3-2 count with the bases full against Tony Abreu. It's the 12th full count for a Met pitcher today. They've already walked 10, a season high.
That's not a winning recipe.
Breaking ball, strike 3 call. So Abreu is caught looking for the second out.
Good breaking ball. When it's 3-2, bases loaded, all you got to do is throw that first strike. The hitter's got to be looking fastball.
So now Roger Kieschnick will be the pinch hitter. Kieschnick, a very distant relation to Brooks Kieschnick, the former two-way player.
That's right. Wow.
Brooks Kieschnick played at University of Texas. Roger Kieschnick played at Texas Tech. They live on opposite sides of the state, and they are related like fifth cousins, something like that. There's always a Kieschnick to be found in Texas.
That's right.
Tomorrow night, game 2 of this series. Aaron Harang against Matt Cain. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. And Kieschnick behind in the count 0-2. Kieschnick's had 81 at bats with the Giants, hitting a .210. Posey, Pence, and Crawford, the base runners with 2 out. And Hardsmith comes in and records back-to-back strikeouts with the bases loaded. So the Giants settle for 1 run in the 9th, and the Mets will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order coming up in the bottom of the 9th with the Giants up 8-4. Only New York sports. We'll hear more about Matt Harvey's decision to rehab his elbow. We'll hear Ray Lucas talk about Geno Smith. That's always entertaining. And we'll take you through the Major League Baseball as well. Geico Sports Night tonight after the postgame, only on SNY. Sandy Rosario, the former Marlin, will pitch the 9th inning for the Giants.
And we saw him when he was with the Marlins, 91 to 95 on his fastball, slider and a changeup from the young Rosario.
A game the Mets once led 4-3. They trail 8-4 with 3 outs to play with. Ruben Tejada, Josh Satin, Eric Young up for the Mets in the last of the ninth. Tejada doubled and scored the first Met run back in the 3rd. Since then he's grounded out and flied out 1 for 3. And Rosario misses away for ball 1. Yusmeiro Petit stands to be the winner for the Giants. He went the first 6, allowed 4 runs and 7 hits. Angel Pagan's home run in the 7th put the Giants in front, and their bullpen has not yet allowed a hit. 2-0. Just in case, Sergio Romo, the Giants closer, will stay busy.
35 saves he has in the season.
Mm.
Two and one to Tejada. And Ruben watches wide, and it's 3-1. Well, Met pitchers have walked 10. Giant pitchers have walked but 4. And one of those intentional.
How many pitches did Wheeler throw tonight, Gary?
Threw 107 in 5 innings.
So it took the relievers 99 for the rest of the 4.
So 206?
206.
Who's counting?
Obviously I am.
It's like Nolan Ryan circa 1977.
Yeah, 9 walks and 14 punch outs.
I once saw one of those games. I went on a 19 years old. My friend and I drove cross country. We wound up in Anaheim watching Nolan pitch against Jerry Garvin and the Blue Jays. Blue Jays' first season. And Nolan had one of those 9 walk, 14 strikeout games. And who was counting pitches then?
Yeah.
He probably threw well over 200 pitches. And Tejada takes high, and the Mets sell leadoff base run. Not what Rosario had in mind with a 4-run lead.
No, that'll get you in trouble with your manager.
And your pitching coach.
Team. Clubhouse kids.
Oh, Boshi, what is going on? And the trainer. So what is happening here? Something wrong?
Well, see what they find when they get there.
What?
Pitcher with his head down.
I didn't see any.
He doesn't look adamant about staying in there, does he?
He's toast. Let's take a look and see what the heck happened here. Yep, he's toast.
He's coming out.
Yep. So don't turn that dial.
So Sergio Romo, with his Mephistophelian beard, will come in to try and finish up for the Giants, and he'll get as long as he needs to warm up, with Rosario leaving because of apparent injury. Gives us a chance to step out for just a moment. 8-4 Giants in the ninth. We'll be right back.
New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by your tri-state area Volkswagen dealers. Visit VWDealer.com. By eBay Now. eBay Now brings you same-day delivery from local stores for just $5 per order. By Geico. By Chevrolet. Voted ChevyBaseball.com for the Roberto Clemente Award recipient and register for a chance to win a trip to the 2013 World Series. And by Emblem Health, what care feels like. Sergio Romo throws one past Josh Satin as Romo's outing begins.
Well, he's been great all season long. He replaced Brian Wilson 2 seasons ago, and just 35 saves this year.
They didn't miss Wilson.
Not a lick. Satin up for the 3rd time tonight. Grounds one up the middle for his 2nd hit. And all of a sudden, the Mets have life in the 9th. 2 aboard, nobody out. The Mets need one more base runner to get the tying run to the plate. And Eric Young coming up. Well, the Mets view 7 pitchers. The Giants, with Rosario leaving because of injury, are now on their 6th. Juan Lagares on deck behind Young, who's 1 for 4 tonight. Interesting to note that for the entire game with Sandoval playing 3rd, he was playing way in on the grass. Arias now playing 3rd, not playing in. So if Young wanted to drop down a bunt for a hit that way, he could do that.
Which wouldn't be a bad play when you're down. Yeah, when you're down 4 runs.
Get the tying run to bat. That's your goal when you're behind in the game. Young instead swings away and flies one to center, and Pagan barely has to move, and that's the 1st out. So 1 out in the last of the 9th with 2 aboard, and Lagares coming up. In Kansas City, the Cleveland Indians, who were down 3-0, got a run in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and now an Asdrubal Cabrera RBI double in the 8th. And Cleveland leads Kansas City 4-3. If the Indians win, they stay a half game in back of both Tampa Bay and Texas.
What a resilient bunch those Indians are, right?
If they win tonight, it's their 82nd win. They would clinch a winning season after losing 94 games last year. Curveball in for a strike to Lagares. Lagares 0 for 4 in this game, 0 for his last 18. You've seen his batting average shrink to .253. It's to get on base to get the tying run to bat with Murphy and Duda to follow. But he grounds a double play ball. Crawford can't pick it up, and now the bases are loaded, and the Mets will get the tying run to bat. And that's a play Crawford usually makes, but the Mets get a break, and now they've got themselves a real shot here in the 9th.
Oh, he stabbed at it. He brought his glove in a little bit. Should have made the play. Oh, yep. He retracted it instead of keeping it out there.
It's an error on Crawford, his 14th of the year.
Tough error.
And now the Mets get the tying run to bat with Murphy, who's 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. So a walk, a single, and an error have filled the bases with 1 out. Murphy at the plate, Duda on deck. Facing the Giants closer, Sergio Romo. And it's outside, ball 1. By the way, this is a non-save situation for Romo because you can't create your own save opportunity. See what Murph's done with the bases loaded, looking for his first career grand slam. Murphy has a hit in his only career at bat against Romo. One-on-one.
Good sinking fastball by Romo.
Yep, good spot, and they're not going to let Murph, even though Murph's got, what, 11 home runs, they're not going to pitch him inside, keep the ball away.
Now the 1-1, and he lays off. 2 balls and a strike.
And if you're Romo, really what you're looking for here is a ground ball from Murphy. We'll see if you can get 2.
Well, straight up, Giants just want a double play and get out of Dodge. Mets want a base hit.
2-1 to Murphy. Pulled, foul. 2-2. Romo has given up 5 home runs this year in 55 innings of work.
He's going to try to backdoor him with that slider right now. That's his best pitch against the lefties.
Now it's 2-2. And Murphy watches wide, 3-2. Here's an interesting note.
Yeah.
The Mets have hit 4 grand slams this year, all by players who are no longer with the team. Bird, Buck, Cowgill, Valdespin. Murphy trying to get one for the active players. How about that? The Cowgill jersey. Colin now playing for the Angels.
3-2 to Murphy with the bases full.
And he pops it up in foul ground. That'll go out of play. If this game goes only 9 innings,
yes,
it will be the longest 9-inning game of the year for the Mets.
It's getting close to 4 hours, isn't it?
3 hours 43 minutes was their previous long. We're now at 3:46 and counting.
And it just turned 11 o'clock here. Look at that slugger.
Again, the 3-2.
And Murphy takes one the other way, a base hit. Tejada scores. Everybody else moves up a base. Murphy with an RBI single. Now the tying runs are on base, and it's 8-5. Murphy drives in his 70th run of the year.
Well, only so much that Romo can do. He's a sinker ball pitcher, left-hand hitter. He can't walk anybody to keep the ball away, and that's just good hitting. Smart hitting.
So now the tying runs are on base, which means the winning run is at the plate. And the Mets' best power threat in Lucas Duda is coming up.
Should be right to Lucas's liking. Low ball pitcher. He's got a little slider that works its way into Lucas. And he doesn't throw over 95.
Duda looking for the first grand slam of his major league career. Tonight he's 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. Bases loaded, 1 out. 8-5 Giants, last of the night. And Romo keeps that sinker away, ball 1. Duda with 14 home runs. Looking for that one big swing. Andrew Brown would be next. Two and up.
Oh, all of a sudden, little Archie Bell here. Looked like an easy 8-4 victory is now a little dicey for these Giants.
Well, Romo warmed up, then they cooled him down because they had a 4-run lead. They brought in Rosario, who walked the first batter and hurt himself. And Romo gets a borderline strike, 2-1.
2-0 slider.
Inside, good pitch, too. And a 1 to take.
Troy Hawkins, if there's a 10th inning. Tying runs on base with 1 out. And Duda fooled on the slider. 2-2.
Took something off on that one. 79 miles per hour. Got him out in front.
Got to be careful here if you do to stay on that fastball. He might try to surprise you with the 2-2 fastball, anticipating looking for the slider.
2-2. Just inside. Full count.
No, so back to 3-2. Nice try by Romo. I like the pitch. Now he's going to run that little sink piece.
Little 2-0 slider. You don't think he'll throw a 3-2 slider?
Sack's drunk. I don't know. We'll see.
Three and 2 to Lucas Duda. He yanks one foul. Lucas hit 2 home runs in the just completed series against the Marlins to get him to 14 on the year. Satin, Lagares, and Murphy, the base runners. Murph, the tying run. This is the 20th full count in this game. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming to Duda. And he popped it up. This one will stay in play and foul ground for Arias. And that's the second out.
Well, backdoor slider, had a lot of plate. Actually got it on the outside corner and Duda out in front.
So now it's left to Andrew Brown, who will pinch hit with the bases loaded and 2 out. Brown with 7 home runs on the year. 2 of those as a pinch hitter.
The outfield defense, Keith, left and center, very deep. Pence, though, shallow and right.
And Brown takes a slider that nips the outside corner.
For you folks at home, Romo's a lot tougher on the right-handed hitter, of course. Makes sense.
Oh, 1 to Brown. Well outside. 1-1. If Brown keeps it going, Matt Den Decker would be next. Left-hand hitter. Romo's given up 2 hits and an error made behind him since he came in with a runner on and nobody out here in the ninth. And Brown takes a strike. 1-2. Borderline pitch. Mets are now down to their final strike.
Nothing you can do there. That's a perfect pitch. On the knees. Outside corner.
Satin at third. Lagares at second. Murphy the tying run at first. 2 out. Last of the ninth. 8-5 San Francisco. 1-2 to Brown. Well outside. 2-2. Will you see anything but a slider?
He's throwing him too many now. I mean, it's everything is on the middle of the plate away. I think he's going to throw 1 fastball because he can always come back with the 3-2 slider. Fastball here.
2-2 to Andrew Brown. And he flies one out to center. Pagan is there. And the ball game is over. Pagan with the big night. Fittingly catches the final out. Mets threaten in the ninth, but come up short in their longest 9-inning game of the year. The Mets fall to the Giants 8-5.
Well, tough game for the Mets pitching staff. Wheeler was not great today. Walked 6. Mets pitchers walked 9. They threw 206 pitches and just struggled against this Giant team.
Well, it's just not a good game all the way around. Giants made 2 errors. Mets made an error. A lot of walks in this ball game. But Pagan has a nice homecoming. Had a beautiful day for himself there leading off. There's Angel right there. 3 for 3. 2 runs scored, a home run, and 3 ribeye steaks.
So the Giants take the opening game of this 3-game series as Petit gets the win. Pagan's home run put the Giants ahead to stay in the 7th as they win it 8-5. Tomorrow night, game 2 of this series.
It'll be Aaron Harang on the mound for the Mets, Matt Cain for the Giants. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. Now for Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez, Jerry Seinfeld, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew. I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda. Take it away, guys.